Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of a special meeting here for the Community Development Commission. This is Wednesday, January 24th. Madam Secretary, I do see a quorum. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Madam Secretary, please take roll.
Commissioner Covington,
Here.
Commissioner Le,
Yeah.
Commissioner Martinez,
Present.
Commissioner Padilla,
Present.
Commissioner Cornelius,
Present.
Commissioner Rios,
Present.
Commissioner Gallegos. For record, he will be in a little late.
All right, thank
We
you.
have quorum.
Do we have any public comments today? Nope. Okay. Then let's move on to the consent calendar. This is the time for the commission to consider matters under consent calendar. Items include 1 through 3. We are going to pull item number 2. Do I have a motion to consider items number 1 and 3, please?
Let's move it.
Okay.
Second.
Second. All right. Madam Secretary, please take roll. Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Padilla.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Commissioner Cornelius, Commissioner Rios.
Aye.
Thank you.
We will now consider matters under the business calendar. We have one item under the business calendar. That's item number 4, Community Development Block Grant. That's the CDBG program for the fiscal year 2024 through 2026. Will staff report on the matter, please?
I think, Mr. Chairman, you pulled item number 2 off the consent calendar prior to the business calendar?
Didn't we just do that?
You did for discussion, right?
Yes.
Okay, yes, if you want to open up that discussion on the consent calendar, item number 2.
Maybe I misunderstood. I stand corrected. Let's go back to item number 2 for discussion.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for pulling this item. We know the commission wants to move forward to the business calendar, but I did want to take this opportunity to introduce one of the newest members of our team, our new Housing Authority analyst, Nikisha Hazel. And I'd like to invite Nikisha to the podium to introduce herself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is, as Judson let you know, Nikisha Hazel, and I started working with the agency just a few weeks ago, January 3rd. I'll be supporting the Housing Authority as their analyst, the Housing Authority analyst, and just helping to assist with their mission with providing as much assistance to Santa Ana residents in need. So I do have a history in housing choice vouchers. I came from the County of San Diego and worked in the rental assistance program for several years. And I also have experience with CDBG and home community development, most recently from the city of Fountain Valley. So thank you for letting me introduce myself, and I look forward to working with you all in the future.
Nikisha, welcome. It's good to have you. My apologies. For some reason, Judson, my brain was thinking as I was reading the notes, we were going to hold the intro till next time. I'm glad I was stand corrected. Again, welcome.
Thank
Good
you.
to have you there.
Thank
All
you.
right. Do we need to go back and revote, or are we good to go forward?
We actually need to have a motion to move in a second, and then we can pass.
Okay. All
Let's
right.
move item number 2.
Okay. We have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Oh, we have to do a roll call again, right? No. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Any opposed? We can move on now. I will go back to the business calendar.
What, is there item number 3 as well, or?
No, we already
No.
approved it.
Nope. Yeah. That's okay. All right, back to the business calendar. We will now consider matters under the business calendar. We have one item under the business calendar, item number 4, Community Development Block Grant, CDBG program for the fiscal year 2024, 2026. Now, staff, please make the report.
Well, good evening, Commissioners. So tonight we come to this body to continue hearings for the nonprofits who submitted their applications for the fiscal year 24-26 Public Service Program. And we can start doing the presentations.
Thank you. Our first presenter will be the Lutheran Social Services of Southern California, speaking on the Victims Intervention Program. Please give us your name and your position.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mariana Diaz, and I'm the Clinical Program Manager for the Victim Intervention Program, known as VIP. And I am, again, from Lutheran Social Services. And here with me as well is Ruby Ma. She is our grant writer. Next slide, please. So here's a bit about our organization background. We began back in 1944 and currently serve over 10,000 of our most vulnerable community members in Southern California, with over 50 different community care centers. Our mission has been to embrace, equip, and empower vulnerable individuals, families, and communities towards self-sufficiency. We service low-income and underserved OC women residents who have been victims of crime, specifically of domestic violence. Our program community members are living below 150% of the federal poverty line, and 72% of our members are from communities of color. While the program is available for all of OC, one of our VIP program focuses is in Santa Ana. In 2022, Santa Ana received 3,612 domestic violence-related calls. However, the reality is that these are merely reported numbers. Nearly half, about 44% of DV incidents go unreported due to fear, trauma, and internalized stigma. Within the county, Santa Ana has the highest rate of DV calls per person than any other major city. Our proposal plans utilize the CDBG funding to focus on providing comprehensive survivor care to 60 Santa Ana residents annually. Through these services provided, VIP delivers a care plan that transitions the individual from survival to stabilization and safety. Very few local social service organizations provide victim services without residency in a housing program, resulting in a disproportionate gap in housing and tailored services. Many survivors are unable to receive social services due to a lack of available beds, while others are simply not ready to enroll in a safe housing program. So that being said, VIP can bridge the gap by offering free, accessible, and low-barrier social services to this vulnerable population, utilizing a trauma-informed supportive services so our community members can access advocacy services, self-sufficiency planning, life skills training, case management, and housing navigation services to expedite the housing placement and address health outcome. So this can look like rental assistance, transportation like bus passes and gas cards and motel vouchers, and just to name a few. One of the most unique components of VIP is our behavioral health counseling services that, again, is completely free of charge. We have on-site, phone, and online behavioral health counseling that is trauma-specific and addresses the domestic violence recovery challenges that our members need. Oh, whoops. Sorry, that one. We partner with organizations in the community. So we participate in OC United Way Equity Initiative to ensure that we continue to operate through the lens of inclusion and equity. We participate in various local coalitions and committees in Orange County, such as Anaheim Human Services Resource Meetings and Families Forward Meetings, to achieve connections with other organizations within the community and help bridge clients to other services as well. We also have a CalAIM department in Santa Ana, so that will be helpful in sharing referrals into our VIP program as well. And yeah, that kind of wraps it up. Thank you. And again, my name is Mariana Diaz.
All right, thank you, Mariana. We're going to open it up for questions now from the commission. I'm going to start with my left here. Commissioners, questions, please. Idalia, you ready to go?
Yes. Well, thank you for your presentation. First of all, I want to highlight that on the track measures, you always follow up with third-party providers. So that's key when you're providing a service, and then you're making sure that that service goes on and not just give out a number or any type of service. So thank you for that work. And Another question is, do you have any challenges collecting information of the participants, especially the ones that are that have domestic violence or are involved in any violence at all?
That's a good question. During the intake, some of them are a bit more reserved and things like that, as it is about like trauma and things like that. So we very much are respectful of what, if maybe they're not ready exactly at that moment, but over time with like confidence and like continuous case management or behavioral therapy, they do kind of open up a bit. But, we always want to meet them in the middle or meet them where they're at to not re-traumatize.
Thank you.
Any other questions to my left? Please.
So thank you for the work that you're doing. I did want to ask if you could walk us a little bit through how women go through to like get services with you all. So do I go through the police department? Do I call you all directly?
Yeah, so we are actually a walk-in clinic, so it is first come, first serve. So they can just come in and immediately be seen by a case manager. They go through the intake, we address their needs and assessments, and they're able to walk out with some services as well, whether they came for a motel voucher or clothing donations, things that we get, they're able to immediately get it if we have it available.
Thank you. And looking at your description here too, it's talking about women who are victims of crime. Is that an absolute requirement or is it just like any women in need?
Victim of crime, it is a requirement based on our granting funds. We do help others if through donations. So those are we're able to help, such as clothing, hygiene kits, and other referrals to the community.
Thank you.
I'm curious about what's the difference between behavior trauma treatment and mental health, treatment. Just I'm curious on that.
Yeah, no, that's okay. It does fall under the same umbrella, but it's very much more specific. So it is, I do a lot of training that is specific for the trauma-informed care. So what that will look like is, it's just understanding that pretty much like their bodies are in a constant state of destabilization and things like that. And so it's very specific, whether learning like coping skills that is specific to their needs, understanding that trauma comes in different various and not all in just one lens. And so it's regarding that.
I do have a question. So you did receive grant from this grant like 2 years ago, correct?
Correct.
And I can see that that you exceeded expectations, which is great. I just want to know if it's exactly the same program that it's continuing, or did you change anything on the program, or you're pretty much doing the same that you did last year?
Yes, continuing to do so, but now that we're fully staffed, we're hoping to do some like more outreach and connection to really get the word out there that we're there for support.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
Daniel, questions?
Your main office is located in Orange,
Our main one is in Fullerton.
Fullerton?
Correct.
Then you serve clients throughout the county.
Correct.
Do you know how many, what percentage of your clients are from Central OC or Santa Ana?
I don't know the percentage from the top of my head, but I do normally see, we service a lot of clients in Fullerton, Anaheim, Santa Ana, and even in South OC too. We do see some Irvine and Laguna coming all the way up here to get our services.
Are you able to track how many clients are from Santa Ana specifically?
Yes, we do take their demographics when they come in. I'm sorry, I don't have it on top of my head.
No problem. Thank you.
I always have this question or the thought, I may not always ask this, Mariana, but you're applying for 75,000 a year for the next 2 years. How do you see the primary, rephrase that, what will be the primary focus of those funds? I see the services you offer, but what are you really trying to target in on?
So under the CDBG grant, we really help those, like for example, rental assistance. We find that is a huge need, as most of our survivors, they are like single mothers and things like that. They are facing eviction. And so we want to ensure that they have like a safe place so that they can help continue with their behavioral mental health. We see a strong value in motel vouchers because unfortunately most of our clients are also experiencing homelessness. And so that'll be very helpful to provide motel vouchers as well.
Okay, when you say you're providing rental assistance, are you basically paying rent for a period of time then where they are relieved of that burden? How does it normally work?
So usually if they do face an eviction, we do help. We unfortunately are not able to help with usually the entire amount, but it is a sum. It just really depends on the funding that we receive.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right. Any other questions, commissioners? Thank you, Mariana.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next up is Moms OC speaking on the Maternal Child Health Coordination Program. Welcome.
Thank you all for having us. Let me adjust this up a little. Sorry. My name is John Paul Bryan. I'm the grants manager at Moms Orange County. I'm hardly our most charismatic figure, but I'll try my best. So we are presenting today on behalf of the Maternal Child Health Coordination Program, which has been our premier program since our debut in 1992. We were founded in the mission that and the belief that all moms are entitled to have their reproductive rights affirmed and that they are deserving of care coordination, services, and screenings along the way that help them have the healthiest starts possible for their little ones. So if we may get to the next slide, please. Thank you. So you'll see our mission up there, which is to help mothers and their families have healthy babies by providing coordination, education, and access to community services. Again, we were founded in 1992, and during that time, we saw a huge need for maternal child health coordination services, specifically because at the time, the population was spiking, but the medical services at the time were inadequate to meet the demand. So we saw, for instance, horrific situations where we saw mothers who, especially those who had private or actually public insurance, being pushed to the margins of the medical system, being forced to deliver babies in inadequate and unsuitable conditions, such as waiting rooms and hospital hallways. Next slide, please. So we stepped in to fill that void by making healthcare accessible and making sure that all moms are connected to the healthcare system before their due dates. We strive to help moms have healthy pregnancies and births and empower them to build foundations for healthy futures and success later down the road. So our process, get the next slide, please. We serve pregnant women, new mothers, fathers, and infants through 12 months of age, and we have services available in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. We have found consistently that upwards of 60% of our clients speak in language other than English at the home. So we make sure that all of our services are accessible and provided in a language that is suitable to the clients. And for instance, when we are navigating the healthcare system for the first time, you obviously are given information in English, and we help navigate those barriers to care to make sure that moms who are at a disadvantage in that respect are provided the care they deserve. Next slide, please. So we proposed for the fiscal year 24-26. Over the course of 2 years, we're going to serve approximately 1,500 Santa Ana mothers, fathers, and babies. Of those, 300 will be income verified, and those will be the mothers and babies only. So when we serve our families, we're only counting the moms and the babies or the parent that's during the visitation. Next slide, please. And we screen for all sorts of threats to maternal child health along the way, starting in the prenatal phase with maternal depression and anxiety. We use the Edinburgh pre and postnatal exams, as well as the adverse childhood experiences score. We screen for gestational diabetes. A fun fact about this is that roughly half of the moms who come to us are severely at risk for gestational diabetes. Last year, less than 5% developed gestational diabetes. And then we address and target and eliminate barriers to care. And we overcome social isolation and stress that has become especially prominent in the post-COVID years. Next slide, please. So our services begin with one-on-one visitation, and then as necessary, we refer clients to our health education and support groups to target their individual needs. If a mom is having issues with mental health, we have specialized visitations for mental health, as well as group support groups. And then if, for instance, they are having trouble with lactation, we have a consultant who can work with them one-on-one to help them overcome those challenges. And then we also have programming for fathers as well. And that's in addition to our childbirth preparation classes and Mommy and Me programming, which, by the way, this year won most beloved Mommy and Me program in OC by the readership of Parenting OC. Next slide, please. All right, so we really try to get moms in the door as soon as possible at the beginning of their pregnancy. So we begin in the prenatal phase, and the length of services lasts through the baby's 12th month or first year of life. And the goal is to reach moms in that early trimester because early prenatal care is one of the #1 predictors of healthy birth and developmental outcomes. And all of our services are provided at no cost to our families. Next slide, please. So the prenatal visits look like beginning with screenings for preterm birth, gestational diabetes, maternal depression, domestic violence, child welfare. And then along the way, as we identify issues, we provide referrals and supports. Next slide, please. And the postpartum mother and baby visits are implemented with the ASQ, which is a standard practice, and uploaded to the child screening registry in Orange County, where pediatricians may access that information. I realize I am out of time, and thank you for allowing me to present today. I'll happily take your questions.
Thank you, John. Let's open it up. Questions?
Looks like on the CDBG program year for 22-23, you guys had proposed 423, your goals are for 423 clients to be served and only 147 were served. Can you expand upon that?
Yes. So in reality, we did serve approximately 1,500 or 750 actually in the past year. However, we were a bit overly optimistic in regard to the number whom we can certify with income documentation. A lot of our families are unemployed, so that's an extra difficulty sometimes.
Thank you.
No, just thank you for your presentation. I'm very familiar with what you guys are doing, and I love what you do for moms.
Thank you so much.
Questions? Orlando?
Thank you for the presentation. Great job. We noticed that the almost the full amount, 36,000 per year would go to home visitors. Is the organization planning on like hiring more people to increase capacity, or is it just to help pay for the current?
Excellent question. So we are actually looking at expanding our team by a little bit this year. We have gone up from, I believe, 12 home visitors last year to 13.5 this year, FTE equivalents, that is. So we are preparing to expand the team a little bit to intake or be able to help more parents. And then we're also gearing up to implement in partnership with CalOptima Community Health Worker Services, which will be able to help expand that base a little bit more in turn.
Thank you.
I just have a comment. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing, and I would love to see if you will focus on youth too.
Yes, so we are looking at a few evidence-based models as part of our 3-year strategic plan in order to implement within that time frame. Some of those models do increase through the 3rd year of life even, so we can expand in that direction. In terms of serving youth, are you meaning like transitional age youth?
I know, I mean, well, I hope that we don't have a high percentage of teen that are becoming moms. So
It's a low percentage, thankfully.
oh, well, good. Then I'm good. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you all. We couldn't do it without you.
Oh, I had a question.
Oh,
A couple
my
of them.
apologies, Mr. Covington.
You still have a little bit of time. Okay, first off there, thank you for what you do. My wife and I, unfortunately, we lost a couple of pregnancies, even with the best of healthcare. So what you're doing is valuable. I appreciate that. You said something about income verification. Expand on that a little bit, please.
So we are not considered a presumed beneficiary. So we can't by default consider our clients to be low income. Unlike services like say Meals on Wheels, which serve seniors, which is a presumed beneficiary group, or another group that might serve homeless individuals. So we do have to collect documentation on each of the clients we serve to verify that they are low to moderate income and that they would qualify for reimbursements. Unfortunately, due to the fact that many of our families are either unemployed or some are actually undocumented migrants as well, we have difficulty collecting such verification. So the percentage of those that we are able to verify does not necessarily reflect the totality of what we do.
All right, thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay, next
Oh, thank you so much.
is Nadies House, DBA Neutral Ground, speaking on their Summer Night Lights program. Are they here? They are not here. Okay. We are. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we see if Narus is here and we'll just trade places? Nope. Okay. Alrighty. Got it. Okay. Well, in that case, commissioners, I guess we'll take a short break. I'm just gonna stay right here, but if you guys want to stay close, you can relax for a few minutes. Next one was 3:45. Okay, all the presenters are confirmed for today, correct? How you doing? Good.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Nati's House, DBA Neutral Ground, speaking on the Summer Nights Lights Program.
Thank you. Thank commissioners for having me and accepting, well, up to this point, our application. Will I walk you through who has the slides? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll hold off on just the first one for now, Bianca, please. So Summer Night Lights, we've been doing it. We've been doing with CDBG now since I think it was 2017 or 18 at El Salvador Park. It was and all this information, I'm just going to over headlight for you, but everything is on here, pretty compacted of what we do and what we've been able to do. The main point that I want to show you is the last page that I'll touch on that. But just an overview with Summer Night Lights is for community engagement, violence reduction. And we've been running it at El Salvador Park. I'm born and raised in the neighborhood of El Salvador Park. My dad bought that home in 1960. I've stayed connected to that. I was involved in a lot of stuff there, which allowed me to really work, to this day still work the streets there in Artesia Pilar neighborhood. My mother was born there in Artesia Pilar on 3rd and Rate. So we have a lot of roots there, a lot of people we know. So it's really been effective. The picture that you're looking at up here, you have a lot of people that are there now that live there, and you have a lot of people that have come back. They come back every year that were raised there. Now they come back with their grandkids, their kids. And Summer Night Lights, we offer a variety of different things. We have arts and crafts, we have live music, we have handball tournament, we have sports activities out. We feed everybody, and we do that on our own fundraising that we do that. So we feed everybody every night. We've typically ran it for 5 nights, starting the month of July after the 4th of July, and running right into the first Friday prior to school, going back to school in August. We've been very successful in it. And thank God I could say that we never had one police call. The gang unit has never had to report there. We haven't had any fights, nothing like that at all. And actually, we've actually dropped calls in the community during that time. Police calls, graffiti at the park, all of that stops during this time. And the thing I think with myself is that I'm from there, I grew up there, and I still have a voice there, which allows everybody to come out in a safe environment. We service over from 400 to 500 each night. We serviced approximately 1,700 last year. And we didn't put the other years, but every year we've done quite a bit, and with everything that we have to do. So we're definitely paying off for itself. We hire kids, youth from the neighborhood and I hire a few kids that are like already being, look like they're showing signs of activity, gang activity, wanting to be involved. And those are the best kids that I hire because they know the neighborhood, they know who belongs there. And it helps with the safe environment, because once again, we run on Friday nights start about 5, we run to about 11 o'clock at night. And the park and recs have been gracious enough we turn all the lights on because there can't be no blind spots there. And so we hire youth from the neighborhood there. This year we've been, prior we've been able to get by with the city helping us out with paying fees, because we have to pay fees for the park. I think fees started out like $7,000 last year just to use the park for those days because of the lights and everything else. And so with what we're doing, we've been able to service, once again, on the back page here, you talked about the total of adults. This was just last year's 877. Youth, total youth served was 685, total of 1,562, and we employed approximately 20 individuals. The good thing about, I hope that we could get funded for this again, because we've already established a presence there, and we have a lot of returning people. And I think that's one of the biggest things that our community is, that we can't be just a program. When I started Neutral Ground, I didn't start, or Not These House, I didn't start because somebody gave me money. I started because it was my heart. And I did it for close to 20 years for free in Santa Ana, in that community. And the people know that we're going to be there. And so I really hope that you guys could fund it again going forward. I hope that you guys could give us the monies that we asked for and that we could hire more youth there. And I guarantee you we'll do an amazing job again, as we have every year. If I could just run through the pictures, here's just some things we do. We do tug of war with the kids. We also do it with adults too. We get a lot of all of our council members, our mayor, with congressmen, our supervisors come out. They get out there. We do that too. If you go to the next one, please. This is the involvement. We have our Santa Police Department, our school district police department comes out also, and they support it. Next slide, please. I bring in live band, I bring in live music, and they dance. They dance in the basketball court, and so it's like a giant party. Go ahead, please. Once again, we feed them. We've partnered with Chick-fil-A. Few years they've been giving us. Last year we fed everybody every night. Tacos, carne asada every single night. We're able to get somebody to help us out, sponsor those. Arts and crafts that we do with all the kids. We get a ton of kids coming. And here's just some of our workers, the ones that do all our enrolling, registering, and just helping out. There are some USC students that are there with us. Once again, our police that come out and help out, work, play with the kids. And pretty much Summer Night Lights, El Salvador Park. And I really hope that you guys could fund us again this year. Go for it.
Thank you. Questions?
Comment, I just want to say thank you for all that amazing work.
Thank you, man.
Also a comment, same, thank you for the work that you're doing. And I do want, this is more for my fellow commissioners, but I think this is so important because it's a testament to how investment in our communities makes folks feel safe and reduces violence as opposed to criminalizing and policing. So I really admire the work that you
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can you touch a little how you earlier you talked about mentioning you hire youth that kind of show behavior, like in that toward like gang behavior, but you tend to hire them, but how do you see that change? Like, I understand.
Yeah, they make some money. They would get, some of these kids don't, they don't even have the money to buy their schools. Their mom's working, some don't have dads. So it helps them and it allows us to be in their life, and we continue it. We continue it after Summer Night Lights. They're a part of a group that we work with continually.
Anna?
Yes, well, thank you for your presentation. You know when someone is doing a good job, like it's backed up by the community, and I've been at some of your events and I can see how the community appreciate everything you do and how they want to give it back as well. So you're creating this chain of opportunities, and I really appreciate that. I also look at the metrics, and I know you've been receiving this grant for a couple of years already, and you have always exceeded the expectations of the grant. I just want to ask, how much is what you received on the last
28,000, and it was tough. I mean, we were able to do it. We're able to do it.
Yeah.
There's so much more we could do. And this is stuff that we put out ourselves too. Because I'm bought into the community. So
I just wanted to bring it to the body too, to understand that he just received very limited funding in the last grant. So I really appreciate everything you did with those dollars, and we hope we can help you to keep on doing the work.
Daniel?
Just reiterate my fellow commissioners' comments. Thank you for the work that you've done. It's a great program. I've heard about it. My council member, Jonathan Hernandez, takes part in it. He's spoken widely, said nothing but good things about it.
Councilman Hernandez I grew up with his mom. Went to Fremont School there. But thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
I have actually just a question for you.
Sure.
But first, my comment. I love what you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
I love the way you work in the community to bring the people out. to enjoy the community together. And our parks at night, many times are not the safest place to be. And obviously you're doing a good job. I would love to see you expand this to other parks in
Right.
the city. Have you given that thought?
To be honest with you, council members, people have always said, we got to do more. But that's as far as it's ever gone. You know, I'm invested in my city, born and raised here. So that's not a problem. It's just, there's only so much you can do with what we get. And yeah, we're totally invested in it. If that would open up for us, you know, to be able to serve other parks. So yes, sir, that answers yes.
Good to know. We'll see if we can do some work behind the scenes to help you.
Right.
But with what you're requesting here, 150, you're going to go basically from 28, I assume, to 75, just in discussion purposes. What will be the major change? What will be the difference if funding is granted?
We'd be able to double up on what we do. We'd be able to possibly add another day or two to it. Because it's, you know, 5 weeks go by pretty fast. And I'm not expecting 75. We put it on there. I told him to put that on there soon because it's probably going to get cut down. But I mean, if we could get beyond, the first year we did it, I think we got 60,000. I don't remember. I was with David back then. But I think we got 60,000 back then, and we were able to do a lot at that time. So we've been working with the nuts and bolts of it, making it happen. But we could just do, there's more services we could do with it. You know, more just in everything that we, it would just enhance everything.
Do you have, basically, for lack of a better term, staff that supports you, or are you pretty much a one-man band?
No, I'm contracted with this San Unified School District. We service 7 schools here. We do gang intervention mediation. Contracted with Anaheim. We do 8 schools in eight schools here and 7 in Anaheim. And we do all of the gang intervention. So I have a staff of approximately 15 people that work on neutral ground and then I pastor a church. So we have a lot of our, I've been pastoring here in the city of Santa Ana now for 24 years. And so people just want to give back. So, you know, that's what allows our children's. It's actually like our children's leaders that come out and help and, you know, and we put all this stuff together. It's something we've done for a long time. So we do have a lot of staff.
So how are you getting the majority of your funding?
By funding through neutral ground or through this?
This
is just through CDBG is where I get the funding for this. And then once again, it doesn't cover food. So we have to hustle for the food and all of that. So it just comes through the CDBG funding. And we'll get people that give us $50, you know, 25, or buy hot dogs, stuff like that. But to say that we're being funded also on top of this, no. We have to pay out first. We bill. So $30,000, I'm not a multi-million-dollar nonprofit. So the hard thing about it for us, and we've been doing it, and there's times we wanted people, organizations say we need it, it's too much on us because we don't get paid until after we bill, and it could be 3 months later, after July going into, and so it's very stressful. Trust me, for me, I could say, you know, I'm doing this. What's the benefit in it? But there is benefit in it. The benefit is when you see the picture of all those people in there, and there's a strain on me personally as a CFO. Yes, it is, but we still do it. And how does it happen? I don't know, but it happens. You know, we make it happen. So bottom line, that's what it is.
Very good. Let me see if there's any other questions from the commissioners.
No, I have questions for staff if they have a minute after he's done.
Okay. All
I
right.
have a last comment.
Please.
Just checking on your budget, it says that most of the CDBG money is going to be used to hire new youth. So thank you for clarifying that. I've seen other applications and they're allocating money towards executive directors or the top of the ladder instead of focusing on youth. And another comment that I want to say, while I was reading the application last night, my daughter mentioned, oh, we have neutral ground in my school. So I just want to say that you're doing an amazing job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What school is that?
I believe she used to be in Villa.
Okay, yeah, we were here for a good while. Well, thank you so much for your time, and David does an amazing job with us. He's helped me so much through the years. So thank you, David.
Thank you.
We good? Okay, thank you.
May I ask comment to staff?
Yes,
Yeah.
please. Go ahead.
David, I do have a question. I've been noticing like also on the metrics that we have, like, how is the billing process of this? Like, they have to bill you first and then they get the payment from the grant, and those whatever they billing you has to be like, you check on that and then that's the payment that you issue after?
Yeah, that's correct. With CDBG runs on a reimbursement basis, so the
Mhm.
work has to be performed first, and then we get invoiced. And then once we review the invoice and we determine that it's an eligible cost and it's an eligible activity, then we reimburse them. Yeah.
So the reason why we, like, if we approve, let's just say we approve certain amount, but if they don't get it, is because they're faulting on invoicing the correct amounts, or they're just not providing like sufficient documentation to be able to get them all the money that they requested?
Yeah, it could be a variety of reasons. One of them, maybe they're not performing, they're not meeting their performance goals for whatever reason. So their billing goes down, right? Because they're not providing services. The other thing that could potentially happen is they give up their grant and they said, you know, we're not going to continue with the grant because we can't perform the outcomes. We're not going to meet them. So they give up the grant. But the majority of our subrecipients, nonprofits that receive funds, they receive almost 100% of their funds by the end of the fourth quarter. Because that's one of the monitoring tools that we monitor on a quarterly basis to make sure that they're spending money on a quarterly basis. And if they're not, then we provide technical assistance to make sure that we can help them with either the billing process or maybe help them with building capacity at their organization so they can have the staff to deliver the services that they stated in their proposal.
Okay.
Did
Thank
that
you.
answer the question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
It brought up a question in my mind, though. I would assume not too many are forfeiting funds, but the ones that don't perform, okay, that aren't exercising their grant properly or billed properly or didn't perform the duties, those funds that were allotted, are they rolled into the next round of CDBG funds, or how does that work?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So those funds are not able to roll over to the next year for public service programs. They are able to roll over for capital improvement projects for the city. So when we bring the annual action plan or the CAPER to you and we show you pictures of like street improvements, facility improvements, that's where all that money goes.
Got it. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just to add a clarification to that question, sorry. So is it safe to assume that the CDBG funds are released to the city before all these activities take place? So the city isn't going through a reimbursement process, is that correct?
The city does go through a reimbursement process. So all of the funds that are paid out through to all the nonprofits comes out of the general fund.
Okay.
And then once on a quarterly basis, we request the reimbursement from HUD, and then we draw down the money from the federal system to pay the city back for all
Okay.
the services that were delivered.
So if an organization didn't receive all of the funds, is the city still able to get a reimbursement for that? I want to say delta, like the difference between that, or no?
No, a great question. So no, we only draw down what we spend.
Okay, and then the feds are the ones who allocate that to capital improvement projects.
So we do that. We come up with, on a yearly basis, we bring the annual action plan to you. And on that plan, we have a budget. And in that budget, it has different categories on how we're going to spend CDBG funds, such as administration, code enforcement, economic development, public services, capital improvement projects, and housing activity. So those funds get allocated to those different projects. And we have up to 8 years to spend that money for that fiscal year on all of those activities, with the exception of public services. Public services have to be done within 1 year, which is July 1st through June 30th.
Got it. Okay. One last question. We've seen that some of the organizations have underperformed in their goals. Does that affect the city's ability to receive funds in the future? Like, do they question the performance and then say, well, we're gonna give you less money for these activities, or does it remain the same?
So we get one annual allocation, and for public services, we're allowed to allocate up to 15% of our annual budget for public services. So on a yearly basis, we have to report to HUD all of our performance outcomes, and it's up to them to figure out if they're gonna audit us and, or not. So
Got
we
it.
haven't been audited by the feds in quite a while, but we're going through a single audit right now. And they are looking at all the performance measures, all the expenditures to make sure that everything's done on a timely basis.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alrighty, good questions. I actually learned quite a bit there myself. All right, our next presenter is the Norris, I'm saying that correctly, Clinic Foundation, speaking on affordable therapy for all. Welcome, state your name and your position, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nina Huynh. I am the Executive Director of the Naruse Clinic Foundation. It's great to be here, so thank you so much for having us. And we do have a presentation up there, so thank you so much, Brenda, for putting it up. Next slide, please. So the Naruse Clinic Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that's located just off of Dyer on the 55. And our mission is to provide a really affordable and accessible therapy services to the community. And we provide services to everyone ages 5 and up. We have sliding scale, we have pro bono services, and we also are now taking insurance. And just a little fact is that Naruse is a Persian word for the Naruse, the Persian New Year. So it's always the first day of spring. So it's for a new day, a new beginning. Next slide. Thank you. So we have 3 pillars in our clinic. We provide direct services. So that would be your individual, couples, family, psychological assessments, therapy. We have virtual reality therapy. We have EMDR for trauma. We have free peer support groups, and we're about to launch our intensive outpatient program. The second pillar is that we do extensive training and workforce development. So we provide 3 different types of internships. That is the clinical internships, and that's how we're able to keep our costs really low. That is for the MFT and PsyD students. We also have undergraduate interns, and we have non-clinical master level interns. And they, to date, we've been around since 2012. To date, we have graduated over 200 students in our programs. And then we do a lot of advocacy in the community through free educational resource fairs and webinars and presentations. And then we provide our services in 3 different languages. That would be English, Spanish, and Farsi. And we can place clients with a therapist or cash paying clients with a therapist within 24 to 48 hours. So we are, we try to do really well in placing clients because we understand how lengthy it is and how expensive it is for therapy services. And then sorry for the insurance, we take Cigna, Magellan Blue Shield, and Aetna. Our individual therapy session starts at $60, and the sliding scale can go as low as $35 per session. And then for some 2023 achievements, last year we provided 2,669 affordable therapy sessions. We outreached and educated 10,558 participants in our community, and we had 1,088 recurring and new clients. And then we also hosted our 8th Unlocking Stigma Fair, which is a really large 1-day free community resource event for the community. And we had around 300 participants from all over Orange County come to our fair and over 40 community partners. And then that's pretty much it for the Naruse Clinic Foundation. And that's a cat if you want to look up there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nina. We're going to open it up to questions now, starting to my right. All right. Dario, we're good?
Thank you for your presentation. You said you serve Orange County. Can you give us like some metrics on what percentage do you serve of residents in Santa Ana?
Sure. I would say residents in Santa Ana is around 40 to 50% of our clientele. And about 50% of that, or a little bit more, they're Spanish speakers.
Awesome. That was my second question, if you offer therapies in other languages other
Yes.
than English. And how about for children or for youth? Do you have any programs that also they can get therapy in early age or early intervention?
Yes, so we service ages 5 and up, and we do get quite a few, not as much as like the adults, but we do get children and families that come in. So we really provide services for couples and families. Families is a big one for us. And then they also get individual therapy too. We also have a youth program called the Youth Expression Project. It's a mentor/mentee program that's free for students. We've worked with a few different organizations in the community to provide like a safe space for high school students.
Okay, my last question is, with the money that you're requesting, the services, how much will be the services for an individual? Like you say, about $30?
So for the original price is $60 per session, but we can go as low as for the sliding scale, 35 per session. And then we also have pro bono too. So we have a scholarship program where we're able to provide 5 free therapy sessions for anyone with no income. And then the 5 sessions after that would be $15 a session. And then the 5 after that would be $35 a session. And then we're actually in the process of applying for Medi-Cal. So we'll be able to take on Medi-Cal patients hopefully by this fall.
I just trying to understand like like how many individuals are you gonna be able to provide those affordable sessions with the $74,000 that you're requesting from the grant?
Yeah, so I believe in the grant we did write that we want to provide 500 clients this year.
Okay.
Yes.
And that will be at the low cost.
Yes, it will be at the low cost.
Okay.
Either low cost or the free. So if they if they don't have any income, we'll be able to continue the free scholarship program.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Delia, Orlando?
Go for it. Okay, I hope I make sense. So thank you for your presentation. So I was reading, I was going through your application and it says that it's gonna cost $1,492 per person out of the CDBG money, and that's for 12 sessions. And if I did my math right, it's $124 per session. And you also mentioned about interns. Does that mean that interns are going to help give out those therapy?
Yes, so we have clinical interns. Right now we have a team of 12, and every single semester, every single year, we do take on new interns too. And they are doctoral and master level interns, and they're the ones that are providing the services for the clients. But we also have a team of 5 clinical supervisors, and they're licensed. So we have one licensed marriage and family therapist as a supervisor, and then the others are licensed psychologists. So we're able to provide extensive supervision for these interns, and in both therapy and the psychological assessments.
Thank you. So here goes my next question. So out of those sessions that are going to cost $124 per session, I was again reading the budget, and you're allocating 25 hours a week for the assistant executive director, and that's going to cost approximately $450 an hour. So that's kind of high for just for the position of executive director. And then the operations manager and the outreach manager, it's getting $31 an hour. So that's beyond the medium income. So that's inequitable salaries, and $150 or $175 for the 5 positions that you have that are going to be training the interns or are going to be supervising the interns. My question is, how are you honoring the interns' time because most of them are students, and
Mhm.
knowing the challenges that we have in Santana, a lot of those students are facing the same issues that are going to be supporting other members. So my question is, how, with all of these numbers, are you really supporting students that are giving out a service and the ones receiving the service?
Sure, yeah. So for the students, for the master level and doctoral students, there's actually a contract they have with their school that they actually cannot be paid, which is pretty unfortunate, to get the hours. And for us, we support the students in a few different ways, actually. So we provide, the student interns, they have extensive supervision that they're assigned to a clinical supervisor, and they meet with them on a weekly basis. We also provide a lot of trainings. So we have an extensive, robust internship program where every single week they have to participate in these trainings. And all of us are made available to help them through their journey. So it's not just like they come, they get their hours, and then they leave. They actually have to participate in trainings and meetings with all of us. And any of us is available for mentorship too. So mentorship is a big aspect of our organization. And we try, and even with the undergraduate interns or other non-clinical interns, we, all of us, the staff are made available to provide them with support that they need. And then any outside, let's say, scheduling conflicts or anything that's personal, we always work it out with them and always encourage for self-care. And anytime that we have, let's say, extra funding for like different incentives, we try to provide that. And then as far as like the clients that are coming in that are students, if they have no income at all, we do provide them with that scholarship program. So there's few different ways we can provide. And let's say if clients are afraid of clinical and they cannot afford formal therapy, we have those free peer support groups. And we have 10 free peer support groups, and those are great gateways into the mental health world. So they can actually hop in those free support groups anytime. They're free for the public, and they can get some support in terms of non-clinical. And we also do a lot of presentations we have a free presentation every single month that we put on that we're able to, anyone can hop in and learn more about mental health.
Yeah, just to follow up on the questions that were asked by Commissioner Rios, I'm kind of running the numbers on the dollars that are being allocated for each of those positions. So just after running some of the numbers, I'm seeing that some of the positions discussed by Commissioner Rios, like the operations manager and the outreach manager. So sounds like there's the $31 per hour that is being allocated. Is that typically their salary?
Yeah, so the
ballpark?
salary are typically a little bit less, but we want to make sure that people have livable wages and also accounting for inflation and anything else. And we are a growing organization, and I just want to shout out to my outreach team. They're actually here, the outreach manager and the assistant outreach coordinator. These folks have been with us for quite a few years, and we have a really good retention rate. We haven't had anyone leave our organization for quite a few years. So we want to be able to keep talent, and these guys are very talented. So that is one of the reasons why when we're writing for grants or we're looking for funding is we take into account keeping talent.
Thank you. So, assuming that it's the $31 an hour, that would put somebody at a salary of like $64,000 a year, which is actually very low income in Orange County. So assuming that's less, that would put them even at a lower salary range. I know this isn't on you. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I think in general, folks who are at those income levels find it pretty hard to find mental health services. So I do think what your organization is doing is really important. Are you all able to provide your own staff with mental health services? Because I feel like at that salary range, it's definitely not an affordable thing for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have quite a few staff that do look for, let's say, psychological assessments, and we do provide free for them. As far as therapy, because all the staff work together with the interns, they may not be comfortable seeing one of the interns. So, but if any staff come to me and say that they need some help, I always try to provide them with the help they need. And so there's actually quite a few staff recently that wanted to get some psych assessments through our services, and I'm like, yeah, go ahead and get it for free. No need to pay anything. So absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Hi, well, I appreciate your work. I mean, I used to be a mental health caseworker too. So, few questions follow up. So you mentioned earlier you guys have 5 supervisor and 12 intern.
Yeah.
So what are the caseloads for those? You know, the supervisor in charge of the whole caseload, and then, you know, go down, like, can you explain how is that? You know, what are the casework for the typical worker, you know?
Yeah, sure. So each supervisors supervise about 2 to 3 interns, so they don't have, it's not too heavy for them, so that they can actually provide extra attention and care to each of the intern. As far as the interns, it really depends because we have both MFTs and PsyD interns. Some of the PsyD interns are first year, so they have to do purely just psychological assessments for the hours. So we get more individual therapy. So we do get psych testing. So for them, it really depends. It could be, but we do require 16 hours a week. And so I would say each intern would see about 10 hours of sessions a week. And then the rest of the hours would be that training and the clinical supervision.
So follow up with that. So, you know, do you see any challenging like retention talent in the city? I mean, with your profession, especially in your city, we seem to have a lot of social service. I'm just curious, like how much of talent, you know, retention do we have? Like after, like they say internship, do they choose to work in Santa Ana or do they choose to move somewhere else?
Yeah, I would say as far as talent, I think the most challenging position to fill would be like that clinical supervisor or psychologist, just because many of them have their own like private practice or they are out of our budget price range. So I would say that is the most challenging position to fill. As far as other talent, I don't think we've had any huge issue just because we actually do take on interns and we end up hiring the interns. Just like Michelle here, she was a undergraduate intern that we had, and now she's part of our permanent staff. So that's really cool. And we have our program coordinator. She was an undergrad intern, came back as a Master of Public Health intern, and now she's part of our staff too. So I always try to look for talent in our interns first. And then if I need to fill a position with, let's say, a little bit more experience or a skill set, then I go outside and look.
Last question.
Sure.
So in the future plan, do you have any plan to engage with the Vietnamese community, you know, for, you know, outreach?
Yeah, we actually do. We currently do engage with the Vietnamese community. We just don't have interns that can provide therapy services. As you probably know, it's very difficult to find someone that can do therapy in Vietnamese. We actually have 2 new interns that are Vietnamese, and they said they will try to do the therapy in Vietnamese. So hopefully we'll be able to provide services to the Vietnamese community. But as far as outreach, a lot of our staff at the clinic, we are Vietnamese ourselves. So we try to do outreach for the community. Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Just a comment from me. I'm a member of the Chamber of Commerce and one of the board of directors. I've visited your office. I know your services. I see some of your staff that I've seen around different chamber meetings. I've heard your director speak, aware of the services you guys provide, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty. Any other questions, commissioners? Nope. Thank you. Oh, please.
I want to apologize. I did my math wrong. So it's not 450, it's 37.
Yeah.
But still, we need to work on the equitable
Sure.
salary. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And can I pass our flyer around for everybody if possible? I just want to. Thank you, everybody.
You're welcome. With that, let's have Oasis Companies International present. Oop. I guess they're not here.
Commissioner Covington. Commissioner Covington.
Yes,
Oasis is not here right now, but we do have Orange County Therapeutic Art Centers.
very good. Okay. Will the Orange County Children's Therapeutic Arts Center representative please come forward? Tell us who you are and your position.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Beltrán Arechiga. I am the Director of Arts at the Orange County Therapeutic Arts Center. Thank you for having me today so that we can present for you. So what we're looking to do with this grant is to continue and expand our services, and specifically in the area of Willard, the Willard community, through a new partnership that we have with the Santa Ana Unified School District. We are currently serving the Heroes Elementary School, where we serve every one of the students. We are teaching music and folklorico dance class there for every student at the school in a trimester basis. Next slide, please. Since we started 24 years ago, we've looked at serving the community through direct services and by creating meaningful partnerships with other local organizations like the school district, the Parks and Recreation Office, the Arts and Culture Office, and our main focus and areas of focus are, excuse me, I'm terrible at public speaking. After school arts programs, therapeutic arts intervention, youth and family counseling, and parenting classes and workshops focus on emotional wellness and crime prevention. Next slide, please. I wanted to share with you some images of the current services that we are providing. These images are of our students during their holiday recital at the Heroes Elementary School, specifically with their folklorico art class or dance class. Next slide, please. These are some of our students in-house who also take dance classes with us. And you can see our little ballet dancers there and some of our students performing during the Festival of Children. Next slide, please. The next images, share images, content of our students performing during our annual recital, Bloom, which happens in the city of Santa Ana as well. Next slide, please. And because our approach is holistic, we address the child by providing services to the entire family. In this session, you can see a sound healing session for the family, which includes the parents. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you. Questions, commissioners, starting to my right. Okay.
Hi.
Claudio.
So, first a comment, and I do have a couple of questions. I really appreciate everything OCTAC does. It's where my children began their educational journey as toddlers, as part of the Early Start program. Something I'll always remember. So really appreciate, the work you guys do. The question I have is looking at the program proposal. So first one was how when you put the detail of our crime intervention program, you put students identified as victims of violence or engaged in crime activity will be placed. How is that determined?
Thank you for that question. So we have a partnership with the school district right now, specifically with FACE. And what we do, we take referrals from them, and then we can provide counseling services at a location that's convenient for them. It could be at their school sites or at our center. So we do have, we have a relationship with Pepperdine University, and we get clinical interns who come out and provide these services.
Okay. And then next question is, as far as students that are involved in like the after school classes such as music, same thing, how is that determined? Like as far as entry into that, is it just those that are
Every
at
s-
risk or?
Any Santa Ana resident who it's willing to fill out the um, enrollment form will be able to take our classes at no cost. Anyone and
Great.
everyone.
And yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, please. Vidalia.
I have a comment. First of all, I want to say thank you for the work that you're doing in your presentation. Firsthand, I know some of Santa Ana residents that didn't have access to therapy, and you guys were very proactive during COVID, that it was a time where there was a need. So firsthand, I know community members that were able to receive services from you. And actually, I don't have any more questions. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Erlinda? Gang. Okay. Just a question I asked most of the presenters, and again, I'm always thinking about it, as I've said before. Out of this 75,000 a year that you're requesting, what will be the primary thrust for those funds, the primary focus?
Direct services. If you look at our application, aside of the 10% for overhead, everything goes to our teaching artists, which is also very important for us in order for us to have a healthy and thriving arts community. It's important to employ as many teaching artists as possible. So, but it all goes down to direct services.
Okay. If these funds or portion of these funds are granted, are you going to be adding to staff or just enriching your existing services?
We will be expanding in the number of participants, hopefully. We estimate that we will truly serve about 500 students this year, but unfortunately, our community is not very comfortable in sharing their financial information, even the most basic personal information. So it doesn't reflect with our reports the numbers that we truly serve, especially with this partnership with the Willard neighborhood. We started with the Heroes Elementary, and we hope to again go back into Willard Intermediate School. So we will be, to answer your question, I'm sorry if I went around it, but we're looking at expanding not our capacity or the amount of students that we will serve.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, commissioners?
Yes. Thank you for your presentation. I read your application and I know Dr. Ana Jimenez Hami. I adore all the work that she does. She does it with a lot of passion to serving the community and to serve those children. And I also want to share with my fellow commissioners that not only are you doing this program, but I love the early intervention program that you have for the little babies. I know I've been trying to get my baby involved, but you guys are short on staff. So it is a problem that that many of you are having. So I just want my fellow commissioners to know that it's very important for me that you guys are having a child diagnosed with autism. Everything that you guys are doing for special needs children is just amazing. And what you do through music and all the programs that you implement for them, I can see the difference. And especially that I feel like we need more programs like that in Santa Ana that do more of early intervention, because it creates more opportunities for those disabilities of children to not have to develop better for a brighter future. So I just wanted to point that out there. And I was hoping to see Dr. Ana, but she's probably traveling. So that was it. I just wanted to share on top of this, everything else that they're doing for the community. It's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, sorry. If I may, one thing I wanted to point out is that early intervention is important, and equally important for us is full integration. So it's very important for us that as we get students at any age or any ability, that we work with them so that they can be fully integrated with neurotypical students.
All right. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's go back to Oasis Companies International. Please give us your name and your position.
Hello, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Madeline Korn, and I'm the administrator for Oasis Center International. So Oasis Center International. Next slide, please. We're a nonprofit organization based in the heart of Santa Ana. We've been helping youth, over 27,000 youth, for the last decade. We focus on the low to moderate income communities and the underserved communities. So Oasis looks to instill creative arts through arts programming. Next slide, please. Over the years, we've worked with different partnerships. Casanova McCain, we worked with LPA, who instills our architectural design programming. And we've also worked with different sponsorships for funding, such as T-Mobile and SoCal Gas. We understand in Santa Ana, there's a need for arts programming. There is a lack of arts education due to government funding and educational policy changes. So with this, we want to make sure that students have access to arts programming. We understand with arts education and creative expression, we want to have a lasting impact to teach them healing from emotional trauma, and also through arts education, finding a way to express themselves. Next slide, please. With art, we want to make sure that there's an impact on them. We want to make sure that they have the needs to express themselves. And we also know that with arts education, that there's better learning when they're engaged and having fun. So through the core of Santa Ana, we want to make sure our youth have this enriched community development. Next, thank you. So going into our Oasis logic model, we have different inputs, outputs, and short, medium, long outcomes. So going into our outputs, we want to make sure that we're focused on the youth. We care about making sure that they have meaningful artistic programming, and that goes into art leads. We also make sure that our instructors aren't just teaching the students, but we want to make sure that they are mentors for them. We want to make sure that they can listen to them and figure out if they have any emotional trauma, and then share that with the teacher so they also understand what they're going through. With these outcomes, we want to make sure that we can help with socio-emotional, intellectual, and educational intellectual development. Next slide, please. With our Art Leads programming, we have 11 different curriculums, but the ones that we've been focusing on are hip hop, tap dance, creative arts journaling, watercolor, and mural arts. Next slide, please. These are some photos from one of our creative arts journaling classes in Monroe Elementary School. Thea, she's actually the mentor that started the programming almost over a decade ago. And speaking with her, she understands that these aren't skills that we want to be short-term, but we want them to be long-term for them to have through their academic pursuits. And she also knows that it's changed their lives. Through artistic expression, it helps them prevent delinquent behavior and also instill a better future. And next slide, please. So I also want to say that our executive director, Ms. Jin Sung, if she was here, she would talk about the whole reason why Oasis is here. She loves the youth. She wants to provide arts programming, and she has a deep passion for advocacy work, outreach, educational programming. And she would also tell you guys that she's very thankful for this opportunity. We really appreciate your time, and we really hope that we can help create a lasting impact on the youth. Thank you. Okay. Thank you guys. Really appreciate this opportunity.
All right, thank you. Questions?
Yes.
Go to my right.
Great presentation, all the hard work you do. It's great service that you provide for the community, but I have no questions, just a comment. Thank you.
Claudio? Okay. Anna?
don't have any questions.
All righty, going to my left. Idalia?
Thank you for your presentation. Are you serving in a specific area in Santana or all over Santana?
So in Santa Ana, we're at Monroe Elementary School, Abraham Lincoln Elementary School. We're doing a new programming in Edward B. Cole Elementary School. And we've also done it at Saddleback High School.
Thank you.
Linda?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for the work that you do. I'm kind of looking through your website, trying to figure out if you all just serve Santa Ana residents or is it like an Orange County organization?
So we're in multiple districts. We're in Orange County, we're in Fresno County. We're working right now with the Orange Department Educational. And we're also in Contra Costa County. We've worked in the past with Westminster County, or I'm sorry, Westminster School District. And we're also looking to do more programming like Northern California, but right now it's specifically Southern California.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, in Orange County is mostly just the Santa Ana School District?
There's some in Anaheim.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the funds that you're asking is like focused in Santa Ana, correct?
Focused in Santa Ana,
Yeah.
yes. 3 elementary schools and 1 high school.
Awesome, thank you.
Do you guys serve with kids under 10?
So we try to focus on 3rd grade because we feel that 3rd grade based, it's where the impact is the best for them going forward with emotional development. So we do 4th grade, sometimes depending on the principal, they may do different grades together, but sometimes we'll tell them in the program like, okay, only 4th to 8th grade or only 3rd to 4th grade.
So how was a parent want to sign up for their children? How would they go about, sign up for the program?
So sometimes it's after school where we would need parent consent, and sometimes the teacher will put it into like the day, so it's not after school. We actually believe that when it's not after school and during, we have more student participation because they're still engaged with learning. Sometimes when it's after school, they're kind of done with the day, yes.
Okay, you said in Santa Ana, you're working at 3 elementary schools and 1 high school.
Saddleback High School,
Okay, and the other elementary schools?
Monroe Elementary School, Edward B. Cole, Monroe, and Lincoln Elementary School, Abraham Lincoln Elementary School, Monroe Elementary School, and Edward B. Cole Elementary School.
Okay, and the primary focus of these funds would be to expand services, to attract more kids, to do what?
Correct. So we want to put it in the programming. We want to have more outreach and reach more students. I believe 2021 to 22 was about 400, and then 22 to 23 was about 800, and now we're looking for 1,200 per year.
Okay. All right. Thank you from my end. Any other questions? Nope. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a really good annual.
Is Pearl Transit here, please? Or Project Hope Alliance? Yes. Is there any goodies back there, Dave?
Oh, an announcement for everyone. Commissioner Alvarado brought us coffee, so it's in the break room. Commissioner Alvarado from the ETAC Commission, it's outside. He brought coffee, so it's in the break room if you guys want to have a cup.
That is not impressive. Yeah. That has happened where a student gets a right idea.
It's kind of the main close. Main is closed.
Parts of Maine are closed due to a contract.
So maybe that's what. Cause if Main is closed like all around.
Yeah, cause I'm sure what's,
Probably the
Sycamore will be
extended,
closed.
yeah. Like I wish the was the money. Which I'm very excited, we get like June. We have the children that stuff. Let's give a round of applause for Commissioner Alvarado that brought us coffee, please. Thank you, Commissioner. We really appreciate it. His meetings at ETAC are 15 minutes, so that's why he brought coffee today.
They're very quick. Enjoy the coffee.
I mean, I'm trying to, because I do feel that we have a couple that are very, but I mean, the need is that big. Sometimes I don't mind. That's similarity because of. Like, I was so excited to see the name of Uptax, and when I was reading the application, I'm like, why they didn't put it for the early intervention? Like, there's really nothing in Santa Ana. All my therapies that I have with my kids are outside. I'm like, oh. There's nothing here. Yeah. I have to drive to Tijuana, I think, then take another one in Irvine.
Where I'm like my parents now carrying my little like. My parents carrying this little like lonchera with all of that. Yeah. Yeah, I got to that age where I gotta carry my pills.
Let's go ahead and start them, Yaga. Our next speaker, Project Hope. Tell us your name, please, and your position.
Good evening. I think it's almost evening. Jennifer Friend, CEO of Project Hope Alliance. Chairman Covington, committee members, thank you so much for the opportunity for me to not only present our request for continued partnership in serving the students experiencing homelessness from kindergarten all the way up to age 24 that are residents of the city of Santa Ana, but also to provide an update and report on the transformational impact that we have already had together in the last 4 years that Project Hope Alliance has actually been able to have the privilege to walk alongside the city of Santa Ana students experiencing homelessness. As you may know, we began our partnership in this city in 2020. And we have been able, with this last CDBG grant that you awarded, we have been able to not only meet, but significantly exceed the stated grant goals. For example, we had put forth that we wanted to serve 60 students experiencing homelessness within the grant time period. We actually served 103 with your investment and your support. And I believe that our reports have shown that we have been able to leverage private philanthropy, school district funding, as well as the city's funding for a very powerful trifold that is allowing for us to walk alongside our kids, not only catching them up and eliminating the barriers that homelessness causes in their lives, but also allowing for them to unlock all of the exceptional giftedness, talents, and natural gifts that they have, including wonderful dreams. So As you can see, this is a bit about our organization. I've been the CEO now. This is my 11th year. Some of you may know that I'm a recovering trial lawyer. My office used to be right down the street on Ross and Civic Center. I was a litigation partner for 12 years. And I shared at the age of 42 that I had experienced homelessness in Orange County from middle school all the way through high school. And I started volunteering for this very small organization that had an operating budget of $30,000 called Project Hope Alliance, and then decided to leave my partnership because I knew that our kids, all they needed was to know that their community was there for them and would make their dreams possible because they were showing up every day wanting to make those dreams possible. So we currently this is our last fiscal year. We serve just under 400 students just in Orange County alone. And when we say served, we actually embed trauma-informed case managers onto public school and charter school campuses 5 days a week, full-time. They have their own office. They are integrated into the administration. They're integrated into the social networking services of support that exist within the school system. And we are doing everything from showing up in real time if there's a disciplinary issue. An example would be we had one youth that ended up getting into a fight on campus. We were able to go in immediately and explain that young man was living in a car along with his 5 siblings and parents. There was domestic violence that was occurring within that vehicle where the family was living. And that was what he had started his day with. So having the ability to de-escalate in real time based on the relationship that we have with our youth. And again, it's longitudinal. So when we talk about just under 400 youth, those aren't just here's a gift card, here's a backpack. We're doing life with them. We are meeting with them daily. We are going on, and if we could go to the next slide, please. We're doing everything from one-on-one care as well as group work, talking about different life things that are being presented to them, not only because they're experiencing homelessness, but just because they're children or youth or transitional age youth growing up in the world today in which we live. Really, this embedding on the school campuses is what makes this program so impactful. We have been touted by the nation's leading document on how to end generational homelessness hidden in plain sight as one of our country's 7 best models of care to end generational homelessness and poverty. And that's because it's longitudinal. You may know that as a county, just since 2020, we've invested $1 billion in addressing homelessness. And I think the latest numbers were that there was a line item for roughly $40,000 on the prevention end this last year. This work is not only filling in the gaps and eliminating the barriers that homelessness brings into the lives of our kids today, but it is ending generational homelessness tomorrow. If we could go to the next slide. One of the reasons why we know this to be true is that the #1 indicator for whether or not a youth will experience homelessness as an adult is if they have a high school diploma. In fact, if a youth does not graduate high school, they are almost 400% more likely to experience homelessness as an adult. I'm ecstatic to tell you that our kids, 100% of them graduated last year. So your investment just reduced the likelihood that they will experience homelessness as an adult by 400%. That's transformational just right there. But also, our kids stayed in high school. Students experiencing homelessness are 87% more likely, understandably so, to drop out of high school. And that's for a myriad of factors. Most of our students are contributing personally to the financial well-being of their family's household. They know that if they were not in school, they could get a full-time job, they could make more money, and they're wanting to take care of their siblings, they're wanting to aid and help their parents. So we're able to go in and fill in these gaps and support them so that they can not only realize their educational opportunities, but go on to a future that will allow for them to even more meaningfully help rise up and support their siblings and their parents. If we could go to the next slide, please. Currently, Project Hope Alliance is serving 132 students within the city of Santa Ana. You can see Santa Ana High School, Henninger, Scholarship Prep. There are 2 campuses. One is a K-3 and the other is a 4-8. Again, we have offices on those campuses. And so we are advocating for our students, from everything to maybe a teacher is recommending suspension for a student because they have chronic tardiness. We're able to go in and explain the reason why they're chronically tardy is because they have to walk their younger siblings to school every morning, and it's not possible for them to get to first period on time. That's a specific example. What we were able to do was we were able to shift the schedule of that student. That student then had the study period, first period, and the academic core period was moved to a later time. Our student wasn't shamed. Our student didn't have to divulge information that they thought could possibly get their parents in trouble. And instead, we're able to problem solve because of the trusting relationship that we have, not only with the schools, but most importantly, with the kids that we're able to walk alongside. The next slide, please. Now, as one of the earlier slides showed, the social emotional support that we are giving, whether it is serving as the sole stable and trusted adult in the life of our student, or it is supporting their mental health by not only connecting them to a therapist, advocating with the parent for permission for them to go and see a therapist, but driving them there, also paying for that. In addition to all of those things, the academic support, all of that, just since this school year, Project Hope Alliance has spent or given an in-kind over $70,000 to the students in the city of Santa Ana that we are walking alongside. It may be that a parent is unable to afford medication that a student needs or the parent needs. It may be that a parent, there's one car in the family household and the tire blew out. Well, that tire is the difference between whether or not that family is going to eat. And so we're able to come in again in real time in relationship and meet those needs. But some of the really cool things we get to do is there was one student in the city of Santa Ana that was an exceptional soccer player, and she was being scouted. She was playing Parks and Rec, I think started in about 6th grade, and people started coming to look at her, and different club programs started coming to look at her. But I don't know if any of you have had to support a kid through a club program. Those are very expensive. But not only that, you want to have the right equipment, the right cleats, you want to have the right ball, you want to show up with the team the way all of the other kids get to show up. Well, we were able to not only ensure that the club was able to scholarship the student, but we equipped the student with cleats, all of the equipment. When they had traveling, we were able to meet those arrangements. And she went on to get a full scholarship for soccer to go to college. And so that's really what that looks like when we're in relationship. And she was able to live out a dream of hers, which was to play college soccer. So you're a part of that. But the ability for a nonprofit to have the flexibility to do whatever it takes and to make these decisions and these investments in families in real time makes all the difference in the world. So you can see, even with a grant award of $150,000, which includes 4 full-time case managers that are bilingual, English, Spanish speaking. In fact, a lot of our team Santa Ana is their community and they grew up in the public school system within Santa Ana. So there's some really cool stuff that happens there because they know a lot of the teachers, right? They maybe have a master's, but the same teachers are still there. And so they're able to relate to the students in a really positive way. But on top of that, we're also bringing to the table the funding that we get from private philanthropy. The Chargers donated a whole bunch of athletic equipment for the last 2 years for every single student athlete that we have. So that was inclusive of Santa Ana. All Nike gear, like the best, brand new, for their specific sport. Those types of things are things we're able to do in community. The next slide, please. Group work and parent engagement. Kids don't exist in a vacuum, right? And while our work is kid-centered, because we really are focused on disrupting generational homelessness and poverty, we have to support the parents so that they can support their children. And that's particularly true with our elementary school kids because they don't have the same agency. Our middle school kids and our high school kids come into our office on their own. They meet with us after school, all of those things. But we ask the parents every year, what type of topics would you like support on? And then we create parent workshops based upon those topics. My former life as a lawyer has afforded me the opportunity to call in some favors from some really incredible legal minds in Orange County. And this year, specifically for the city of Santa Ana, we put together an expungement clinic for students and families that were residing at the Carnegie Shelter. And we were able to bring in law clerks as well as some of the best criminal defense attorneys in the state of California to look through the legal proceedings that our youth are facing, as well as parents. And I'm happy to say that one of those youth just completed probation very positively and did all of their community service hours, which was one of the greatest impediments. So these things really matter. We do monthly community drives just during the holidays. We set up we've had one at Henninger and one at Scholarship Prep, what we call Santa's Workshop. All of our work is dignity-based. So we asked the kids what they wanted for Christmas. Our community answered that. We set up a toy store. Our parents made appointments to come in and get hot cocoa and pastries, and they shopped for their kids. They were able to get 3 gifts for the student, and then also 2 gifts for every sibling in the household. And then we had volunteers that wrapped those gifts and addressed them from whomever the parent wanted it to be from. Santa, mom, abuela, like whether it was a brother wanted to give a sister a gift. Those are all things that we're able to do. We launched our Youth Advisory Council this last year, and our Youth Advisory Council, there are 2 members from the city of Santa Ana on that. They have delineated what type of youth group work they want. What type of topics do they want to hear experts talk about? What types of things do they want to learn? Next slide, please. We've also been able to take kids, and I'm very cognizant of the time, so I'm just going to wrap this up. We took kids to Yosemite for 2 weeks last summer, Catalina Island, as well as a myriad of other experiences. This is what we are doing together. And with your support and with the approval of this grant, we can only continue to end the cycle of homelessness one child at a time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. That's very informative. As a recovering trial attorney, I think you've done well.
Thank you.
Let's go to my left here for questions. Idalia.
Thank you for your presentation. And I also want to say thank you because you are the only organization that it's working with McKinney-Vento students or even pronounce the term McKinney-Vento. If we can motivate the school district, since you are working alone, I believe those numbers are not accurate. Every single year when we're talking about McKinney-Vento students, let's say in 3-4 years ago in at Garfield Elementary, they said they had 14 McKinney-Vento students, and that didn't make sense to me because most of the residents around Garfield, they leave multiple families in a unit. But anyways, the point is that you are working with McKinney-Vento liaison from the district. And that means a lot to me because when we think about homelessness, sometimes we just think about adults and we don't think about our students. The only thing that I will ask is on the budget, some of that CDBG money, it's allocated to the top positions and not enough for other positions that I think are doing the work. So the only thing is just to keep out the look on distributing funds so people can have the right income in the organization. Thank you.
And thank you for all of those comments. To let you know, Councilmember Rios, we are actually working with not only Santa Ana Unified School District, but the entire county to rewrite the way the question is asked in the enrollment paperwork about whether or not you qualify under McKinney-Vento, because the way the question is asked, we would argue is lacking of dignity and also is very scary. I know my parents certainly never answered yes to that question, not knowing, does that mean the police are showing up, social services is showing up? And if I'm in a motel, does that mean that I'm homeless, right? So I think that piece, you're so correct, is so critically important that we work together with our school districts to get the right numbers, because as the Orange County Grand Jury report really highlighted, we are working with very different definitions in this country of homelessness, which means the resources are not being allocated for the kids. I do want to assure you, and because we're a public agency and we list the salaries for all of our folks that we pay at like the highest level, all of our team members have 100% paid insurance, medical, dental, and vision, and we pay 50% of all of their dependents. We can't expect people to pour into others if they can't care for themselves.
Thank you.
Linda.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for the work that you're doing. I've done some housing work myself for some years now, and whenever the conversation about homelessness comes up, everybody thinks we're dealing with mental illness or drug addiction, but folks don't really think about families and children. I feel like most of us are 1 or 2 paychecks away from being in that situation. So I really admire the work that you're doing. My question for you is, how do you all go about providing services? So if I'm a child in distress, is it just like through school, or can folks do walk-in services?
So yes to both of those. So the traditional way is because we're embedded on campus, a teacher or an administrator, or actually our janitorial teams are some of our best allies on campus, because those folks see everything and they care so much about the kids that they're trying to direct kids to places. So if someone thinks that maybe a kid is struggling, but they don't necessarily know what, but they notice they've been wearing the same clothes a few days a week, or lots of times janitorial teams are actually unlocking the gyms so that students can shower. They will say, oh, hey, you know what? Lupita's over in room 210, and I know she's on campus just here to support students. If you ever needed anything, you could go in there. To something more formal, where a teacher would actually give a referral to a student and say, hey, I'm kind of worried about you. I'd love it if you would check in with someone. So here's a slip. Please go to room 210. And, Lupita's there or Victor's there. They're really nice. Maybe just see if there's anything they can do to help you out. Or one of the most, privileged ways that we get to work with families as moms will refer another mom. Maybe there's 2 moms living in a motel and one mom is working with us and she gets to know the other mom and she'll say, you should call Project Hope. So then they'll call us. And so that's how we would get a referral from community. But youth, actually, some of our campuses, 30% of the referrals that we've gotten from this one particular campus in Newport Mesa has come from youth referrals, where they build a trusting relationship with us and they're able to tell them, oh, they helped us fill out the FAFSA. We went on college tours. I was able to go to a therapist, these things. So they come from all different places in the community, as well as our other partners.
Thank you so much.
Claudio, yep. Daniel.
Is the expungement clinic something that you continue to do? Or that,
Yeah, we're actually looking to that. We did it as a pilot just because we were curious. Is this something that folks needed? We've been showing up. I know I've appeared 3 times over at Lamro at the Juvenile Justice Center on behalf of youth. We are seeing more opportunity to do these types of things more frequently. So absolutely. And the lawyers who are participating, it's incredibly meaningful for them as well.
I did a clinic at Legal Aid Society now. So Cal Legal Service, I can change your name. So that's near and dear to my heart. So
Yeah.
I appreciate the work that you do.
Absolutely.
That's what
I'm so sorry. I
please.
A question. You said you have been receiving this grant in the past?
We have received CDBG grants from the city of Santa Ana in the past, correct?
Was not to the past years or? Because
No,
we don't
Pro-
have the metrics.
Yeah, Project Hope Alliance is one of those organizations that receives CDBG COVID
On
funding.
COVID.
So, yeah, so that funding is no longer available. I believe it ended back in December and they were actually housed at our, the city shelter at Carnegie.
Thank you.
And we've continued to do the work outside of Carnegie with all of the city of Santa Ana students, despite the fact that the CDBG grant did actually end in December.
I think it's great that you're exceeding your goals, that 100% of the kids you help are graduating, giving them a better start in life. 400 kids helped in Orange County. We're in 4 schools in Santa Ana. How many kids have we helped in Santa Ana in the last couple of years?
I knew you were going to ask me that question and I didn't have time to do all the math. What I can tell you is I know that it exceeds 300 since 2020. But in addition to that, we were able to put together during COVID a food distribution, and Mr. Flores was there to see that. We got that up and running in partnership with Goodwill of Orange County and Second Harvest Food Bank to no cost of the city. And we were able to feed over 2,000 McKinney-Vento students that were attending Santa Ana Unified School District by targeting at least the list that they did have, sending out distribution flyers. We also, at the same time, passed out holiday gifts and PPE. So that was something that ended up, I think the number was 1,986 kids that we were able to serve.
That's awesome. When they used to have the homeless village down there on the riverbed, what my sons and I, my daughter, every once in a while, we would get together and collect some food and bring it down there. But it was tough to see the little ones camping out there. So I appreciate good work you do. Is there any other questions here, commissioners? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Have a good evening.
Okay, we have 5 minutes before our next speaker, so anybody needs a quick break, now's a good time.
I did it when I started, I started the state clinic, did that for a few years. 2 or 3 years. Very cool. Yeah, it's sponge grants, rehabilitation, body reductions. I'm not practicing right now. I will start practicing here. I did a lot of low, like, landlord tenant, bankruptcies, expungements, stuff like that. You know, I worked in most firms too. And, I mean, that side. Look at the school, yeah. Yeah, they stay until 5. Okay. That whole part grant. Yeah, don't get me started on that. Please, please. Actually, I'll text that.
No, I think downtown is like civic. For the fifth, there.
Yeah, that's what's messing all that up, yeah. Street car, yes. Sore spot for.
Let's just not. Just change this.
Oh, geez. My God, I was afraid the whole audience could hear it. Stop.
Prior to that. Yeah, Oasis. Yeah, they were a little bit late, so we took the, yeah, hotel. They came back. Our next presenters, Project Youth OC, speaking on the Shortstop Youth Diversion Program.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Manuel Gutierrez. I'm Associate Director of our Project Youth OC. We'll go ahead and I'll let my colleague here introduce himself in a bit too.
Sylvester Lopez, I'm a program manager for the Shortstop program.
You could go ahead and go on to the next slide. So as you can see, our mission here is to keep at-risk youth in school healthy and drug-free through education, counseling, mentoring, and family strengthening. You can go on to the next slide, please. So we are formerly known as the Orange County Bar Foundation. Some of you guys have been with the city a while, probably know our name. We've stemmed off from the Orange County Bar Association, where we were created back in a very long time ago. Over 50 years, we've been in the city of Santa Ana. We've become a leader in legal education, juvenile diversion. During this time, we've committed to the goal of reaching these at-risk youth early and providing those long-term solutions to the obstacles they face. You could go on the next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the program has been long-standing. It was developed back in 1980. And pretty much what we do is we serve the youth ages 10 to 18 years old, pretty much who have committed their first offense, or if they're experiencing any like behavioral issues at school or at home. We serve as that alternative to detention. And so we've been doing this for a very long time. And yeah, you can go on to the next slide. So most of the youth referred to us are from Orange County Probation Department, Juvenile Court, police departments all over the OC. We have a pretty long-standing relationship with City of Santa Ana PD. Most of the offenses that bring the kids to us are for gang affiliation, assault and battery charges, truancy, burglary, vandalism, anything you can think of that is pretty much illegal. We'll take care of those youth who are experiencing those issues. Next, we'll dive a little bit deeper into what the program consists of, and I'll let our program manager do that.
Good evening. So we have three simple concepts behind our programs. The first approach is going to be to reach youth early. So what that looks like he mentioned, it is going to be for first-time offenders usually, right? We work with the kids on a case-by-case basis. A lot of our referrals do come in the form of juvenile petitions, probation intakes, school referrals, but we have been experiencing a large number of parent referrals. All of our services are free. So we want to break that cycle before they become repeat offenders. So we do that by using real life experiences. What that looks like, we use actual courtrooms. So right across the street, we use the Central Justice Center, or on the same plaza, if you will. We use the Central Justice Center. We have our legal professionals who actually explain what a courtroom would look like, how that operates. And we have our incarcerated youth panel. So currently incarcerated youth from the Youth Guidance Center come out and explain their stories, provide their advice, any feedback, just things that they wish they would have heard when they were younger. So we do really rely on that idea of a reliable messenger in our programs, and just having kids that have the same lived experiences share their messages to one another. Last but not least, I would say the most important part of the program in my eyes would be the family approach. As much as this is a program for the youth, it can be even more beneficial for the parents, right? We do want to bring in the parental education aspect to it, explain to them their rights and responsibilities as a parent, and also help facilitate that open communication between the youth and the family if that needs help or any healing involved as well. Next slide, please. So what the actual program consists of, all of our families do an intake assessment in which we describe family history, any drug history, any criminal history in the family, just trying to understand where this family is coming from, what the issues are. Once we get that basic knowledge, we're able to do out referrals to other agencies, try to provide any help with any resources they may need. Our session one would be our actual program that we do. That first night's at the courthouse. Like I mentioned, we have our incarcerated youth panel. We have a hot seat in which we have youth take accountability for what they've done and really help their parents understand the gravity of the situation as well. In between the two sessions, we have mandatory assignments that we do have. That could be writing an apology letter, doing activities at home with their siblings, doing extra chores around the house just to get them more involved out in their family and also in the community. We have them do community interviews with legal professionals. Second session, we meet to kind of wrap up the themes that we learned, kind of compare and contrast what they've learned from the first night, how the activities have impacted their family in a greater way. After the fact, we offer support services that help them kind of continue in that right mindset, if you will, and just connect them with other programs that we have, like health education and higher education at our agency. Questions in terms of, these are just going to be some testimonies over the years of what we've done. We do have our Stop Short of Addiction presentation, which is fairly similar. It does have a slightly different approach, but is there any questions on Short Stop?
Let's open it up to the commissioners here for a little while. Daniel, I think I want to start with you on this one.
Your program primarily serves Santa Ana youth, right? Right.
Yes, the majority would actually. I would say I've been coming from North OC. So that would look like Anaheim, Fullerton. A majority do come in the form of juvenile petitions through Santa Ana PD, or if they're in the informal probation process from Santa Ana residents as well. So
to elaborate a little bit more on that, we have a long history serving Santa Ana residents, but recently we got involved with the North Orange County Public Collaborative, where we received grant funding to be able to help support our extension over to North OC. So that's what we're here to. We're seeking the funding to be able to continue doing the great work that we do here in Santa Ana. So yeah,
we were operating under the Santa Ana Revive grant too. So that's what helped us really get out there, put more outreach advance efforts out into the community to provide these services, especially with the school districts around or Santa Ana Unified in general. We've been reaching out to community centers, trying to see any programming that's available there, more primarily like at Roosevelt, at Logan, Garfield, right? Trying to get more involved with the local community here as well.
I have a question. It's not related to your presentation. Did you have an office, or do you have an office like across from Birch Park?
So we did. That was the Orange County Bar Foundation. We had a DBA Project Youth, and now we're off of 17th and Cabrillo. But we were on 3rd and Birch for 30 years
Yeah.
at the Armory Hall, the old Armory Hall.
Yeah, all right, cool. Thank you.
Claudio,
Are they still gonna do the other presentation?
yeah,
I'll wait till actually.
well, they seem to be interrelated, but yeah, we're taking shortstop first.
I'll have my questions after.
You know,
Yeah, same. I'm looking forward to see the difference of the programs for
okay.
the budget.
Gedalia? Not yet. All right, Orlando.
I have one question aside from the difference between the two programs because they sound similar. So if I'm a youth, how do I go about getting services from you all?
So usually our referrals are
Excuse me,
going to
can you
be.
speak into the
Oh,
mic,
sorry,
please?
yeah, so usually our referrals are going to be through a school agency, a parent, a concerned parent that's looking out for their child. So we do offer programs for youth. For a shortstop, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that a youth is going to willingly want to engage in these programs. Obviously, we need their consent. But in terms of them approaching us, that's it rarely happens. We usually do get them through the form of school referrals. Once they come into our office, obviously everything is consensual. They need to be on board with the program. That's where us case managers have to talk to them, build that trust, explain how this program is going to help not just them, but the whole family. And then we've had a high success rate with that.
Dang. Okay.
Go on to the next.
What do I've got a question. Okay, again, they're interrelated as far as I can see so far. I appreciate shortstop is dealing with first-time offenders, a lot of these coming from the PD and probation department and juvenile hall. The thrust, the focus of your 126 request over 2 years, what will that be primarily?
So again, they're two separate programs. They both serve different purposes. We have staff working in both programs and they're both, like I mentioned, separate. Primarily the funding would go towards our staff. Again, we want to continue serving the city of Santa Ana. Obviously, there's a lot of grant opportunities out in the community. And so we're always looking for different ways to expand our programs. But I mean, city of Santa Ana, like Daniel mentioned, we've been in the city for so long that we want to continue serving here. And so regardless of how we expand past even Orange County in the future, we want to continue doing that here. And so we want to keep the central staff that work in city in Santa Ana here home where they need to be.
With this funding for the shortstop program only, would that expand staff or just be able to keep what you've got?
So in a way, it's going to be able to expand the staff just because, again, North Orange County, we're part of the collaborative there. And so the funding that we're receiving from there and potential future funding will go towards hiring new staff. And so in a way, the program is going to be expanding in terms of being able to hire more staff when we get more funding from other programs, which is pretty much continuous. Back when I first started about 8 years ago, I was the only person working in the staff. Now we've grown to the point where we have myself as associate director instead of a case manager. We have program manager, program coordinator, and program assistants, as well as many interns that help out with the program as well. And of course, our legal instructors, so we continue to pretty much recruit from Santa Ana PD, probation, who are pretty much integral to the way the program runs.
Got it. Got it. Commissioners, any questions about the shortstop program before we go on to the stop short program? Nope. Let's carry on.
Next. Or we weren't sure if we're going to have one and then a few like other programs presenting in between. There you go. Could probably jump to the There you go. So again, we've been around for a very long time. Over the years, we've adapted to pretty much everything and anything. We've seen a huge increase in drug use and substance abuse within our schools and community. I'm sure most of you are aware of that. So with the times, we've established new programs such as Stop Short of Addiction. It was developed in 1999, about 19 years after the Short Stop program was originally created. And that was basically due to the increasing rates of like youth substance use. Obviously, back in 1999, there was a lot of different drugs and different uses of marijuana. But now it's changed to what it is now. Obviously, y'all know that. So Stop Short of Addiction was based off our successful Short Stop model. Our Short Stop model has been implemented in different counties, different cities across the U.S. And so we felt it was the perfect base to be able to go off of to create our Stop Short of Addiction program, which was designed to be able to assist the law enforcement and parents and schools with obviously the drug epidemic that's going on today. You could go on to the next slide. So again, for this program, the youth are referred by similar referral sources. The only difference is they're referred usually for different things, such as like possession of marijuana, alcohol, or any other drugs, which we've had kids who have come to us 12 to 14 years old, even using methamphetamine and cocaine and other drugs like that. Public intoxication is a pretty big one, obviously. Possession of paraphernalia. A lot of times the youth think they could get away without having the actual drugs in possession, but they get caught with the actual paraphernalia, so they're able to be referred to us as well. And pretty much any other criminal offenses that are associated with substance use. So we felt the Stop Short of Addiction is what was needed because the Short Stop program, as much as we could boast about it and how great it is, there was no really drug component associated with it. And so Stop Short of Addiction focuses solely on those drug components. We want to make sure that these kids get that outpatient treatment that they deserve, that they need. And so that's why Stop Short of Addiction was actually created. You could go on to this next slide. And again, same 3 simple concepts. You could go ahead and go through all of those. Like I said, based off of the Short Stop program. So it's very similar in terms of like what the concepts are. Go ahead to the next slide, please. And from there, we'll dive a little bit deeper into how different it is in terms of services.
So the intake process is going to be the same. We screen every family, talk to the youth, to the parents, just to try to see what's going on at the home. Session 1 is a little different. Instead of the Youth Guidance Center having their guest speakers on the first night, we actually have an OC Corner presentation that talks about the short and long-term effects of drug use. The second session is going to consist of that youth panel. And we have extensive legal and drug education through the form of talking circles with parents and the youth. This one does have a 3rd session component to it. This program is going to be a lot more therapeutic and based in counseling. So we do have reconciliation efforts for the parents and the youth, usually through open communication activities, having them share love, hurt, and resentment pieces between one another. Something that we see predominantly lacking in this Hispanic community is open communication. We do offer after the fact a lot of services such as health education, try to wrap them around other programs in the community here as well. This program also does have mandatory assignments that are assigned to them. I would say the biggest difference in these 2 programs is going to be based off Short Stop and Stop Short of Addiction. Obviously, both have youth who use drugs, right? How do we distinguish that? What we do is we try to gauge to see why they use drugs, whether it's their proximity to drugs, that would look like peer pressure, who they're hanging out with, or is it because they have anxiety, because they feel depressed? Is it because something's going on in their home? So Stop Short of Addiction is more so a drug issue problem, whereas Short Stop might be an issue as a result of who they're hanging around gang members, hanging around people that offer them drugs. So we screen every family and put them in the appropriate program. And then this next slide is going to have a little bit of like what we've served under the past 10 years, right? Just serving Santa Ana youth alone. Like I mentioned earlier, our Revive grant, we did serve more than 250 Santa Ana residents. And then across this program, we're on track to secure about 400 youth, Santa Ana youth throughout both programs. So these are just some of the quick statistics, just in terms of like self-reporting that we do with the families. So these are going to come to the form of surveys. We have had some probation, actual recidivism studies done a couple years back, and though we do have those numbers on hand as well. But just at a glance, they just show increased open communication and decreased substance use among these youth in the programs.
I don't think we really need to read the actual testimonials, but I more than urge you to actually read those and understand that these are real kids who are dealing with real drug issues. And so feel free to read those as you wish, and we're happy to answer any of the questions you guys might have.
All right, thank you. Let's open it up to questions here, commissioners. We'll start. As he's reading the testimonial, let's go to my left and open it up for questions, please.
I just have a comment. Thank you for that amazing work. Well, I guess I have a question. Since you were mentioning that you work with police officers, or to be specific with Santa Ana Police Department, do you guys, and forgive my ignorance, I don't know if police department can also help fund your program?
In years past, they have had talks of like Irvine PD approaching us and actually wanting to have one of us on site with them just to deal with any parents. We haven't explored that option, but we have been offered those types of offers to be at a substation. I know the way the Family Justice Center works here would be in that similar capacity. But I guess to answer your question, we have more so our instructors who volunteer their time. So it would be more so on a volunteer basis that we get any personnel wanting to come in and just talk to these youth in a capacity where they're not a police officer, but more so a teacher on that night.
Thank you.
Linda.
Follow up on that question. I think this is more for staff, actually. And I know you're not in the police department or anything. Do you know if it's a possibility to fund a program like this through the Santa Ana Police Department? Because, I mean, they're already getting a big part of the budget, so.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't have that information at this time, but I can definitely follow up with them in the morning. Find
Okay,
out for
thank
you.
And I'm also asking because there were other organizations who work with the police department, so it sounds like they're kind of facilitating some of their services and connecting community members that way. So, and I'm not saying that that we wouldn't fund you all, but I think there's been several organizations for youth who work with the police department, so it would be good to kind of reallocate some of the funding to these kinds of programs.
Just to add to that too, I know we've had kind of talks with the different personnel from Santa Ana PD, and it looks like they're focusing a little bit more on their PAL program, which, don't get me wrong, it's amazing. But I think that's what they're leaning more of their financial focus on as well.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Ding.
So do you follow up with your client like after they turn 18, just to like success story kind of thing?
So we actually do a 6-month follow-up after they complete the program. Unfortunately, with people moving and people living out of the city and losing like their phones and everything, it's pretty much impossible to follow up with them that way. The great thing though is that we do receive a lot of testimonials from way after they complete the program, where they let us know, they send us an email even to our instructors that letting us know like the impact that they had on their lives. You know, so I know one of the instructors, he showed me an email that he received from one of the youth that he served about maybe more than 10 years ago, where he's now pretty much finishing like a master's program in engineering at Cal Poly Pomona. And he wrote an email to him at like 2 a.m. while he was studying and told him that he was pretty much reflecting on everything that he had gone through, the experience that he had. And so I think for us, that's more than enough to show us that the program is working more of a long-term as a long-term solution. But yeah, we're still working on the efforts to be able to continue getting more of pretty much like a follow-up like that. We do have different programs that we offer as well, including our ICANN Vocational Assistance Program, where we work with the youth to be able to explore different career paths. And it's pretty much straight from shortstop or stop short addiction into that program. And that program is pretty long-term. And so years after, we'll be able to continue to follow up with them and see how they're doing in terms of like their career path and everything too.
Right, just to add real quick to add to those numbers as well, we do have those recidivism studies that we actually did with OC probation. So we have those, they're dated back from 2016, but they do reflect kind of like on average the population we serve and the results that we get from these youth from similar offenses that we receive now.
Thank you, Ding.
So that actually kind of goes into the question I had, which is, do you have any idea what the recidivism rate is for people from this program?
Yeah, we're pretty proud of it. It's a 91% non-recidivism rate.
Nice. All right.
I know.
I have a quick question. Thank you so much for your guys' presentation. So I noticed that this is the first time you guys are applying for this type of grant through the city, correct? How did you get funded before?
So we actually have a lot of different fundraisers that we do throughout the year. With new programs that we're creating and growing. We're pretty much trying to explore different options in terms of like grants and everything too. But just in the past few years, one of the biggest grants that we received where we were able to continue providing these type of services was a CalHope support program. And before that was a CalHope, crisis counseling program. Even before that, where there's always different grants that we apply for and we usually receive. And so hopefully this one's no different, but that's pretty much how it is. It's usually grant focused, a lot of foundations, as well as private donors who pretty much come observe our program, see what we do, and are blown away. And so they become supporters as well.
Okay, thank you.
Daniel.
I have no additional questions, but thank you for the work that you guys do.
And I'm good on my end as well. But I'll ask that same question again. Okay, the request is 140,000. Last time was primarily staff. What's the primary focus for this request?
So it's pretty much the same. Obviously, as associate director, it would be half of my time for both programs. Well, more like a quarter, and I also run another program, our ICANN program, which I'm really proud that I created. And then also the same setup is the program manager, program coordinator, program assistant, and we're looking to hire more case managers. And so that's primarily where this funding will go. If we get any more grants and we continue to raise the money that we need, we'll continue to grow our team and hire more case managers to serve more of the population of Orange County and specifically Santa Ana.
All right, thank you.
Can I just add real quick? I guess to put that into context too, as a program manager myself, I also double as a case manager, and my program coordinator also doubles as a case manager. So in terms of expansion to the program, we are limited just because we do intake assessments in which we meet with each family for about 2 hours. We average around 20 kids each month per case manager, meaning 40 hours alone are dedicated to just meeting with the family. That doesn't account for any paperwork. So in terms of focusing on all of Orange County, time does become a little more scarce in that sense. So with having that grant, it would allow us to, like he mentioned, expand our case managers, which would in turn help us focus in more on what's important. I know one thing I've been trying to work on here, just haven't had the time, is really individualizing our homework assignments to specific neighborhoods. As many of you know, Santa Ana is very diverse. I grew up in the Washington Square neighborhood, so I understand what the complexities behind the gang, behind the density here. So just really understanding that, I really want to individualize and personalize assignments to that. That just comes with more time, being able to be more of a program manager. So this is kind of just trying to see how we can benefit the city as a whole and just providing more services that are specifically catered to Santa Ana, the city of Santa Ana.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the good work you do. Have a good evening.
Well, have a good evening.
For that, commissioners, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll reconvene at 6 o'clock, and I assume you are with Stand Up for Kids OC. No. Say again? Okay, you're our 6:15 speaker. Got it. You're early. Good to see you. With that, we'll take a break.
Creció debajo de la mesa. Pues las meetings. Um, what? Thank you. I'll stand by. Hmm.
I'll let you my night check. I thought you would recognize me from my.
Y'all good stand up for kids here? Okay, very good. Yeah, go ahead. This commission is now back in session. Will the speaker for Stand Up for Kids please come forward? And please state your name and your position.
Hello, my name is Xiomara Cabrera, and I'm the Programs Manager for Stand Up for Kids. So we are a national organization that supports youth ages 12 to 24 who are at risk or experiencing homelessness. We have two sectors for programming. We have our crisis intervention sector, where we focus working directly with 18 through 24-year-olds, and our preventive sector, where we work directly with 12 to 17-year-olds. And through our preventive sector, we have a program called Roadmap to Success, where we serve McKinney-Vento students who are unaccompanied high school students as well, and we provide them with basic needs and wraparound support systems to promote high school graduation and ensure that they have a plan after high school. These are some of the services that we provide, such as food, hygiene, California ID, employment readiness, and linkage to additional resources. We also provide additional services such as our OC Colleges program, where we work directly with the youth to ensure that they get assistance with enrolling in college and also financial aid. And we also have a program called We Deliver, where we are able to directly deliver hygiene and groceries to the youth where they are staying. Some of our interventions are done through street outreach and collaborations with staff on school sites and also meeting the youth where they are. We get the students enrolled right away and we provide them with basic needs such as the ones I mentioned in the slides before. And we also have additional programs such as Warp Employment, where we are able to help the youth with resume building and also help them find employment as well. So throughout the two last school years, through the grant that we have with the City of Santa Ana, we have been in Century High School. And these are some of the demographics and statistics that we have been able to provide at this school. So in the 2022 and 23 school year, we had 16 enrollments. We provided 30 grocery bags and we provided 28 hours of mentoring. And in this school year so far, we have 10 enrollments. We have provided 28 bags of groceries and our mentoring hours have increased and we have provided 68.75 hours of mentoring and case management with the youth. And the main demographic that we are seeing at the schools, the majority is Hispanic, and we are both seeing both male and female genders at the schools. Any questions?
Commissioners, questions, please, starting to my right.
Thank you for your presentation. So you list in the program budget $500 for TB tests and live scans. What do you guys do the live scans for?
So because we are in the schools, we are required to be live scanned with the FBI and DOJ live scanned.
Great, thank you.
Claudio. Anna?
I know you guys have been receiving this funding in the past. I just want to know, what were the facts why you did not achieve like the 100% of the goal that was expected?
Yes, so we did start at the school late. We were supposed to start in July, but going through the live scan and making sure that we had all the paperwork with the schools, we started being on site at the school until December. So we weren't able to start since July. We started in December, so that set us back.
So the numbers are pretty much just for 6 months, 7 months accounting instead of a
Yes.
full year. Okay, that was my main question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Idalia?
Thank you for your presentation, and I don't know how young you are, but you look pretty young, and so that kind of helps other youth to get involved in your program, hopefully. My question is, are you already serving any specific schools? I was reading that the targeted areas are Towson, Myrtle, and Madison.
So right now, we are currently just at Century High School, but we hope to expand to other schools as well because we are in communication with the McKinney-Vento liaison, Cecilia Chavez from Santa Ana School District, and she has let us know where the highest need is at the moment, and that's why we put those schools.
Thank you, and thank you for commenting about McKinney-Vento students, second organization out of 34. So thank you.
Thank you. Erlinda?
Yes, thank you for the presentation and the work you're doing. So 2 questions. One, do the students have to go to Century High School to receive services? So if you got some other student from some other high school, would they be able to still access services?
We can still serve those students. We serve students all throughout Orange County. But if there's any additional schools that are interested in the program, we still see them and enroll them in the program if they qualify.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question, I think this is already kind of answered, but if I were a student, how can I access your services? Is it just through the high school or can I call?
We have either direct referrals with counselors or the FACE liaisons at the high schools, or we also have a crisis line where the youth can call us as well.
Thank you.
Just kind of follow up on this. So, you can provide twice a week training for the children at school with the case manager and the mentor. I'm just curious, is that like 2 sections or like 4 sections? Like, so you meet the kids over the?
Yeah,
week?
so right now we are currently on site at Century and we're there for 5 hours only. So we are able to see the students during lunchtime, or sometimes we're able to pull them out of class to do a mentoring session with them. But other than that, we see them virtually through Zoom after school hours. It just depends on how much the student needs support.
Thank you.
Again, this is the same question I have for most presenters. For the funds you requested, 142,000 and change, what will be the primary focus of those funds for your program?
Yeah, so the primary focus would be to expand the services to the other schools, as I mentioned, and hopefully be full-time, because right now we are only at the schools twice a week for 5 hours each day. And by being able to be at more schools for a longer period of time, we would be able to serve more members in the Santa Ana community.
And again, the stat chart that you showed us, I overheard Commissioner Etta here saying that was only for 6 months when you had the Century High School stats?
Yes.
6 months' time.
Mhm.
Okay. All righty. I'm done with questions for myself. Any other questions, commissioners? Nope. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Our next speakers will be Straight Talk Clinic, speaking on crisis intervention and comprehensive mental health services for low-income Santa Ana residents. Welcome. Please state your name and your positions, please.
My name's Dr. Roberta Cohen. I am the Executive Director of Straight Talk Clinic. Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you so much for the opportunity to showcase Straight Talk Clinic's Crisis Intervention and Mental Health Services Program. Tonight, I'm going to briefly introduce our nonprofit to you, and then I'm going to talk about our program objectives, our program goals, how we ensure effectiveness in our treatment, and how our mental health services change the lives of Santa Ana residents. So we were founded in 1971, and our mission is to remove barriers to receiving low-cost, high-quality mental health services to low-income, underserved, marginalized communities. Our nonprofit was founded on non-discrimination 53 years ago, and our goal has always been to remove the barriers to being able to receive low-cost counseling, meaning that clients that come to see us that have the inability to pay, we are always trying to remove that barrier to make sure that they get services. And our philosophy at Straight Talk Clinic is that mental illness is not a character defect. Yes, I can. That's better. So this is our program leadership team. This is our clinical team. We oversee 28 marriage and family therapist trainees from the following universities. We have been training future therapists towards licensure for the last 40 years, and we have 11 MOUs with Southern California universities. Our programs are residential treatment programs, outpatient clinics, and community partnerships. We have Gary House, which is a residential substance abuse treatment program. We were block grant funded. This is in Santa Ana for 30 years with the healthcare agency. 2019, we became drug Medi-Cal certified. And we were one of the first licensed residential treatment facilities in Orange County for the clients that were suffering from HIV and AIDS and substance use disorder. And my hat always goes off to our staff. And as a matter of fact, we still have staff that have worked since 1990 there. The folks that were coming in with HIV and AIDS had unmanageable, serious consequences. We were not managing the AIDS at that time. So courageous work that was done. And then we have Kairos House, which is a transitional living facility. And that is for people that are living with HIV AIDS. They have substance use disorders. We acquired that house through a 10-year HOPWA grant with the city of Santa Ana. Thank you, in 2015. We have 2 outpatient clinics, one in Santa Ana, which is our headquarters, and one in La Mirada. Both clinics function on the same standard operating procedures. Our clinics are open from 9 to 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday and 9 to 5 on Fridays, removing that barrier for our low-income folks that need to work during the day and can't afford to take time off. We offer individual, couples, family, group counseling, And we function on a sliding scale. Our sliding scale starts at $25 an hour and goes up to $65 an hour based on income. The clinic that we're at in La Mirada, we've been there for 40 years, contracted with the city of La Mirada to provide mental wellness and mental health to the residents of that city. And again, we run under standard operating procedures, and very grateful to the city of La Mirada for their support with our mission all these years. We have community partnerships with the city of La Mirada, the city of Tustin, the city of Santa Ana. We are currently in 3 Orange County Title I schools this year providing mental health services. We are providing mental health services in Norwalk La Mirada School District, which we've been doing for 40 years. I attend 6 hours a month of SARB meetings for the kids that are heading towards suspension. And we are providing family services to low-income folks in the Tustin Unified School District. We hold a contract with Cerritos College, which we've had since 2010, providing mental health services. And we did expand services this year to their diversity, inclusion, and equity center to provide LGBTQ services. And the nonprofits that we're working with Save Our Youth in Costa Mesa. We provide mental health services to 100% Hispanic community there. Mental health services. We provide services at the Boys and Girls Club of Central Orange County. We are in partnership with Project Kinship through the Title I schools this year, providing services. Illumination Foundation, our board has a heart for housing the homeless, and but that hasn't really been our wheelhouse, so we're getting closer to it. We have properties that we rent to Illumination Foundation to house the homeless, and we happen to provide life skills groups and multiple micro communities they have. And then this year we are now providing mental health services for 12 hours a week at their Stanton location. And we are providing family support groups for the families of unhoused families at Family Promise House of Ruth this year. And welcome to our South Coast Metro Clinic headquarters. This is our clinic lobby. I wanted to give you a visual of what we look like and what our clients experience. Our group training room for our master level therapists that we are training. These are 4 private counseling rooms. We have 9 altogether. This is our child therapy room. It's a pretty happy room. Our project objectives, one of the things is that Straight Talk Clinic really respectfully asks for funding to support our low-income Santa Ana residents that either have low income or no income through our clinic partnerships with local nonprofits and schools. So your investment of $150,000 is going to allow us to provide services to 110 unduplicated clients with 104 free 1-hour sessions for fiscal years 24 to 26. And this will be 100% residents of Santa Ana. They will receive priority on our wait lists, and they will also receive priority on our service hours, which is the same thing that we do for the La Mirada residents. Our program goals will be to provide free crisis intervention services, weekly 1-hour counseling. Our services include individual, couples, family, and/or group therapy, and we are able to provide services in English, Spanish, Hindi, Korean, and Cantonese. One of the whole goals of this program, and the thing that we have known for 53 years, is that for the marginalized, low-income, underserved, diverse folks that we've been working with all these years, is that availability, accessibility, and affordability is a real challenge for these communities. It's very important to us that we're a part of the solution. And how are we going to ensure effectiveness? The way we ensure effectiveness in our program is that every client that comes into our program receives a safety plan, and they receive a safety plan after our assessment for anxiety and depression. If they're having suicidal ideation, they receive a safety plan, and it's monitored throughout the time that they're in with us in therapy to make sure that we've got them stabilized with really passive suicide. Every client that comes into our facility receives the Adverse Childhood Event Screeners. That's ACEs. You might be familiar with it. It's the gold standard developed by the CDC and Kaiser Hospital. It screens for trauma, and based on how many adverse events you have, it kind of points us to knowing complex trauma. And just to let you know that we've given out somewhere around 900 of these assessments in the last 3 years, and the community we serve here in Santa Ana has an ACE score of 4. We give out the quality of life enjoyment satisfaction to every single client that comes in and that will be coming into this program. If we are fortunate to get this funding, they get the quality of life at the beginning of treatment and then they get it at the end. And this is how we kind of assess to see for improvement in the quality of their lives. Every client gets a comprehensive individual treatment plan, 21 days after treatment. And then after 30 days, we give them the client satisfaction survey. And then upon discharge from treatment, they get a comprehensive discharge plan with clinical recommendations. This program will change lives in Santa Ana by improving access to mental health services, by reducing wait times for counseling services. They will experience approximately 1 to 2 weeks to get services from us, by enhancing community awareness regarding mental health services. We will be doing that through our social media platforms and through the relationships that we have with nonprofits in the community and schools, improvements in mental well-being. The long-term impact is to establish a sustainable model for providing accessible mental health services. It is really needed in Santa Ana. They've been the hardest hit community in Orange County as a result of COVID and economic challenges have happened. And really the most important thing that we want to see in our long-term impact is a reduction in trauma, depression, substance misuse, stigma, police contact, school truancy, and other long-term health issues that are really a result of the high scores for on the ACEs for trauma. We have a lot of folks that actually have complex trauma, not a single episode of trauma in their childhood, but ongoing trauma just as part of being part of their community. Oh, it is the final slide. No, there's one more slide. And thank you for this opportunity to share about ourselves. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Cohn. Let's give it a few minutes here for questions, just so we stay on schedule as close as possible. Starting to my left. Any questions, please, commissioners?
No question.
No? Erlinda?
None from me either.
Good, Dang? Anna? Go ahead now. Then for Daniel?
Yeah, just a quick clarification question. So, you mentioned you're serving 110 clients, with 104 hours of therapy. So each of the clients gets 104 hours of therapy covered.
Exactly. So that would be for a year of services.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, and typically what we see is that the clients, especially the residents of Santa Ana, can only really afford about 15 weeks of therapy. This would allow us to really make a difference in their lives and they could stay with us for a whole year of services.
And my last question, and what, the determining factor on, like how much percent over the federal poverty line?
So approximately 59% of our clients are making $490 a year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And 50% of our clients are Hispanic.
Can you give me that stat on the income again?
59% of our clients make $12,490 or less a year.
Yeah.
All set, Claudio? That's it. Okay, Anna, please.
Just a question, is this your first time applying for this grant? Okay, but this program, you have been implementing it for those many years, right?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you get your extra, how have you been funding this program?
So this is one of the challenges with funding this program. We get small dollar amounts. A lot of the foundations and funders out there are more interested in funding our school programs and working with kids. But we do receive somewhere around 20,000 a year for doing pro bono sessions. It's a challenge for, I think, funders to recognize that straight mental health services for the low income folks that are faced with so much trauma, how important it is that they're getting quality, low cost services, and the demand is huge. So we do receive funding. We have funders that refund us every year that they give for our mental health outpatient clinic programs. And then part of our sustainability is that we sustain it with our other programs that we get funding for.
And from this specific program, what is your age ranges that you're assisting these individuals?
Probably our largest age range is between 25 and 45, but we provide services from ages 5 to as old as you can be, but our biggest demographic is 25 to 45. 18 to 25 is also, would be our second highest demographic.
Thank you. No more questions for mine.
All right, thank you.
You.
Well, thank you for being in Santa Ana now for almost 34 years, for the work you do.
Pleasure.
My wife she's very much into psychology, and she has friends that are therapists, and they come over and have some very interesting conversations, but I appreciate what you guys are doing here. Question here came up, talking about priority, your priority list. How do we establish that, and what are the top priorities?
Of the mental health program?
Mm-hmm.
Our top priorities is really to effectively address the level of trauma that we're seeing and complex trauma. And what we want to do is get our folks empowered and believing in themselves, so that the broader priority is that if we're dealing with the mental health challenges that the residents in Santa Ana have, you're going to see greater involvement within their community, less poverty, you're going to see less police contact, you're going to see less domestic violence in the families, you're going to see the younger kids going out and believing in themselves and pursuing education. So we're trying to be part of the empowerment of the low-income folks. Again, that's largely Hispanic here in Santa Ana, so that they make a bigger contribution to the community, and then long-term economically, it means a lot to us, and they need the recognition and the support.
Got it. Now, my last question is, I saw where your staff speaks 5 different languages.
Yes.
But I noticed that Vietnamese was not one of them. We have a large Vietnamese population on the west side of town. Is that something that you are addressing, you're focusing on in the future? What's your position on that?
We are always attracting and hiring bilingual, diverse staff and counselors. It is personally important to me, almost morally important to me, that our clients and that our therapists look like the folks that we're serving have lived experience. And it is challenging to grab trained clinicians and even staff that are in the Vietnamese community to come in and work in mental health, even your counselors. We're seeing it grow, and thank goodness, because I think that the Vietnamese community needs trained therapists going into the field. But the stigma is probably one of the greatest in the area of mental health, is for the Vietnamese population. And the gift, I think, that has come out of COVID, I really believe this is true, that we have seen a lower stigma with the Hispanic communication. But, and we do our La Mirada office, we tend to have a larger pool from the universities and students up there that are part of the Asian community, Vietnamese, Korean. So we're always looking. Competency and diversity is the #1 priority.
Thank you, Dr. Cohn. Keep doing the good work.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Have a good evening.
Yeah.
Is Templo Calvario in residence? Welcome. Absolutely. You're up. Tell us your name and your position, please.
Gonzalez, and I'm the Chief Development Officer for Templo Calvario Community Development Corporation.
Biak will be taking care of your slides. There we
Wonderful.
go.
May I?
Good to
Wonderful.
go.
Well, good evening, honorable commissioners. It's a joy to be here today to present on our program, Legado Academy. I want to share with you a little bit about the program and how it's currently impacting Santa Ana families, and the plans to continue to grow the program and continue impacting families and children. I will tell you, a lot of people think we're a church because we have the name Templo Calvario, but we are a 501c3 that was born out of a church, and we have a 20-year history of doing good work in the city of Santa Ana. This is our 20th anniversary, and the focus of our nonprofit is economic development, education, and the mobilization of faith and community. So that's a little bit about us. And I want to share with you a little bit about Legado Academy, or Legacy Academy, and why we're here today. We want to share with you that Legado Academy, we feel, addresses LMI communities of color and the different challenges that they face. Our families in Santa Ana are amazing people. I was raised here in Santa Ana, went to school here in Santa Ana, and I think Santa Ana has some of the most hardworking, resilient people. Unfortunately, a lot of times they don't have the right tools and the necessary resources to just take that potential to the next level and build better lives for themselves and for their families. And so this is why Legado Academy is in place and doing the work that we're doing. Legado integrates a relevant and age-appropriate financial literacy education program with evidence-based family services. So the component of the program is financial literacy and parenting training into one program. And it's a 5-month program that parents go through. The unique combination is really the combination of two very effective programs to address the root causes of poverty, providing families with tools to raise highly capable children and improve their chances for long-term economic success. Next slide, please. So why do we need Legado Academy? The 2022 annual report on the conditions of children in Orange County listed Santa Ana as the #1 city in the Economic Hardship Index. And of course, there's a number of reasons for that. There's also a note there that talks about how our economic circumstances affect children and the fact that poverty is such a stressor in families that a lot of times parents use very hard parenting styles that ultimately affect the life of children. Next slide, please. So again, our program motto is parenting, training, and financial literacy. Next slide. A little bit about the parenting training program. It is an evidence-based program that started here in Santa Ana. It is currently in 239 cities across the city with a model started here in Santa Ana, and it is evidence-based. And it is peer-to-peer, so we train parents that teach other parents. Next slide. One of the really important parts of this program is that it's based on the 40 developmental assets that came out of a 50-year study from the Search Institute that says that children who are raised having these assets or these values, the more values that they have, the more likely they are to succeed in life and stay away from risky behavior. Therefore, the less assets they have, the more likely they are to engage in risky behavior. So it is, again, an evidence-based curriculum. Next slide, please. So the financial literacy component is also an evidence-based curriculum that is put out by the Federal Depository Insurance Corporation, and it is a 6-week course that we teach parents. On top of just the teaching, our motto includes mentorship and coaching, as well as case management throughout the program and referrals for HUD-approved agencies and reputable banking institutions. Next slide, and I will close. Can we go to the slide that says Legado Academy changes lives, please? I want to be mindful of the time. Forward. So there's a number of slides that I put on here for your knowledge, but I really want to encourage you as you are considering the grants that you're funding. Legado Academy truly is a program that has the proven data, qualitative, quantitative data. You can see it in our program. You can see it on the slides. And we really believe that our families in Santa Ana need it. They need the opportunities to have the tools they need to succeed. So with that, there's a number of stories that I could share, and I'm not going to because of time constraints. But again, I would highly encourage you to help us in increasing the amount of people, the amount of families that we're able to serve through Legado Academy. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioners, starting to my left. Dalia.
Thank you for your presentation. I am really happy to see you. I participated, I think, 3 to 4 times in the parenting classes because I wanted to be a better mom. So for sure, they do work. But I have a question. Knowing that you're training parents to teach other parents? How are you honoring their volunteer time?
So one of the things that we started to do, and that's a great question, is we provide parents with stipends. A lot of the parents that are trained to teach the parenting part, not the financial literacy, but the parenting training part of the program, really don't have any other source of income. So whether it be, help, that stipend goes to pay for bus passes, their telephone. It really is up to them what they use that money for, but we have started to provide the stipend for the parent leaders, starting with our core group, which is called the Consejo.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Liliana.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I was looking at the breakdown of the budget requested. I did notice that a good part of it is going to staff. Is this to hire additional staff?
What, I'm sorry?
To hire additional staff to increase capacity, or how will that be used?
So
exactly?
correct. And there is a slide in the presentation. We are requesting $75,000, and I believe about 52,000 of that is to be able to pay for the program coordinator. There's about 6,000 and some that is going to program supplies and activities, and I think about 10,000 that is going to the program coordinator. So those two positions are key to help us execute the program, because they're really the ones that are boots on the ground. They're the ones that are having meetings with the community organizations. They're the ones that are helping with the case management and really helping organize the trainers, the teachers. So we felt like those were, 3 areas that are key to make sure that the program is successful. The total budget I will share with you of the program is $182,000. And so of course, those staff is always some of the most costly, but it is also a key in the success of the program, having the right staff, or as we say, the right people on the boat with the right qualifications to be able to execute successfully.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Dang. Okay, Anna?
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. I just want to know what this, because you say the entire program cost 182, you're just requesting 75.
Correct.
And what will be the capacity with the 182? How many people will you be able to help?
Thank you. I'm so glad you asked that, because that is one of the slides I skipped over. It's harder than it seems to bring all this in 5 minutes. But I will share with you that currently we are serving our projected amount of family service for this fiscal year is 139 families. With the grant, we're projecting in 2024 and 2025 to increase to 165 unduplicated families. And then in 2025, 2026, 270 families. So from now until 25, 26, the capacity of growth is 94%. Which is huge. And the reason that we're so bold in sharing those numbers with you is because we already have partners in place, and we're talking about growth, not just in the number of participants or families that are represented, but also in the number of partners in different sites that we're doing throughout Santa Ana.
Okay. And this is the first time you're getting this type of grant from the
CDBG?
Right? Yeah.
Correct. Yes, the first time that we're applying. Actually, not the first time we apply for a CDBG grant. We applied probably 3-4 years ago for a different program.
Okay. And you said this program is an integration of 2 programs that you had in place before. So it's kind of like a pilot.
Correct. So we've had the parenting classes for over 13 years, the financial literacy for 7 years. But what we were finding is that, parents were taking both. And so we decided so that we could have continuous case management as well as just the mentorship component, because we do have mentors involved, just combining the programs so that there's kind of a fine thread that goes through both programs and we're able to keep track of the impact and the resources necessary and just whatever other needs those families that engage with the program may have throughout that period of time that they're with us.
And how were you able to suffice the funds for those programs before applying for this grant?
So we have really wonderful partnerships with a lot of banks. As you well know, financial literacy is one of their main areas that they give to. And so in the past, we've applied to foundations, we've applied to different corporations. We even have at some point, we've had churches that held the program in their buildings that invited the entire community, but said, you know, we want to give so that the program can be taken elsewhere. So it's been a combination of foundation grants, corporation grants, individual giving. And so, of course, you know, this would be a wonderful opportunity if we were to get approved to be able to grow the program.
And since this is a reimbursement-based grant, and we all understand that.
Yes.
Do you feel like Templo Calvario has the financial needs to not shut down the program in the middle or to continue the program to then build and then get granted if it's that we decide for you to get the grant?
Yes, definitely. So as I mentioned, this is, you know, CDBG is one of the grants that we are applying to, but there are others as well. And so we do have funding presently that is going to help us be able to undertake the reimbursement model if we were to get chosen.
Well, thank you for all the work that you're doing for the community.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Claudio.
Yes, a couple of questions. First, to commend you on the financial education. I mean, that's one that I think really needs to be up front and center for many families. Believe personally they should mandate it in high school at this point.
Fully agree with you.
Rather than say Algebra 2. I've yet to use Algebra 2.
Yes.
On the parent training side, so it's a peer-to-peer training, so it's other parents training other parents?
Correct.
And how is the parent mentors or trainees chosen?
So all of our current, what we call them, are parent leaders. Those are the parent trainers, but we call them parent leaders. They've gone through the program themselves and they've gone through training. So we don't just, you know, put somebody up there to teach. So they actually go through a training that's done in partnership with Templo Calvario CDC and the author of the curriculum as well. So it's a full day training that they go through. And then in addition to that, as an organization, we provide a number of other trainings and capacity building for those parent trainers. A lot of them, you know, never thought they would be teaching, but the program has impacted them so much. And I think Idalia is one of them. She was with us for 4 years teaching. And then you see this amazing transformation that happens because people in the community become empowered and realize I can make a difference. You know, I come from a hardship background or whatnot. I have my own challenges, but I can make a difference. So even though they are parent, you know, peer to peer, there is substantial training. And that's something that we've really grown over the years. It's really the support that we provide to the parent trainers. Anything from providing laptops and hotspots so that they can, you know, have access to email, helping them. We talked about the stipends, but it's really, we want to set them up for success, right? We don't want to just put them in front of a class and hope that they do well. And then they also have regular meetings with our program coordinator to check in. We do surveys. The parents actually do surveys to evaluate the peers. Of course, they're private surveys, right? Anonymous surveys. But it's always, we have a mentality of growth and how do we make the program better? You know, just so that we can keep growing and growing the impact.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, please.
I have no questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Alrighty, to keep on schedule, we are done here for today. Thank you for your.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your consideration. And thank you for being here. I know it's been a long day with lots of great information. So thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next presenter will be the Cambodian family. Welcome, and please tell us your name and your position.
Hello, my name is Alejandra Sanchez, and I'm the program coordinator at the Cambodian Family for the Plan Ahead Youth Program.
My name is Sophia Soberon. I am a program consultant and active volunteer with the Plan Ahead Youth Program.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, so just to give you a quick background of our center, the Cambodian Family, we are a community-based grassroots organization created in 1980 to assist Cambodian refugees with their services, and we currently are extending our services to all ethnic groups. In 1990, we developed the Plan Ahead Youth Program, which was created to provide youth with a safe space to overcome academic obstacles, nurture their ethnic identities, and develop lifelong skills and habits to achieve self-sufficiency. So some basic information about our program. We are a 1st through 12th grade after school program, which focuses on aiding low income at-risk youth using a holistic and trauma-informed approach. We focus on developing protective factors by focusing on areas of academic achievement, career exploration, leadership development, and maintenance of physical and mental health. We believe that emphasis in these areas will help us in violence prevention, truancy reduction, and overall academic success for our students. So we just wanted to highlight some innovations that we have come up with in our center during the last couple of years. So currently we are operating online tutoring services. This was introduced during the pandemic, and we decided to keep it post-pandemic. We have heard from a lot of our community members that they are having issues getting to our center due to inconsistent or just not reliable transportation, and due to scheduling conflicts as well. We also introduced satellite locations. So we have formed a partnership with Cornerstone Apartments, and in their management office, we are actually providing satellite tutoring sessions for the students that cannot physically attend at our agency. And we have about 5 students currently enrolled that are benefiting from that particular neighborhood. We are also actively working with the Ministry FRC to provide a satellite location and provide our services there as well.
I'm just going to chime in briefly to talk about our interactive guide to higher education. So we started this project in 2020, and it took us a couple years to really get it off the ground. The idea was to work with our program volunteers and our active youth participants and parents to get feedback on what kinds of tips would have really helped them get through the tough parts of their education and individual development in adolescence. So what we came up with is an interactive guide, which is kind of like a passport sort of activity booklet, if you will. It's also a navigational booklet. So it really kind of has a bunch of educational activities that promote proactive planning and lifelong learning habits to help middle school and high school youth kind of get through those roadblocks, as well as to be thinking proactively and exploring their community, different after-school programs, different high schools they can consider, different colleges they can consider, and what steps would they take in planning towards that pathway? What steps would they take in planning towards their career goals? And so we just wanted to share with you this visual to give you an idea of what this passport is filled with, the different kinds of activities, resources that we have available. And since then, we've been making available to our students through recruitment efforts and just being involved in the program.
And then to further provide examples of how our curriculum is executed, we provide tutoring sessions for students to build strong foundations in STEM reading and writing subjects. We have noticed that post-pandemic, a lot of our students are struggling in many subjects. So we are emphasizing this with our youth counselors. We also teach youth how to make informed decisions about their future, such as college and career options. We see that this isn't taught too much in some of our classes, so we want to make sure that we are a reliable resource to get them on the right path. And lastly, we highlight the importance of self-advocacy and community building, which we believe will make a greater community for them and their families. And we also provide them with opportunity to speak up for their community. For example, we've had youth go to council meetings and things like that to express concerns about their community. And then we can skip this one, I believe. Lastly, I really wanted to emphasize our parent involvement in our program. So we believe that parent involvement is crucial for our students' success. We attempt to keep parents involved by providing meetings with them to discuss their children's academic progress. We also like to plan family events. Recently, we had a breakfast with Santa, which the students really enjoyed. We also had a little Halloween party for them, which was really fun. And we were able to really engage with the parents. And we also provide volunteer opportunities for our parents, which they really seem to enjoy and they like to feel included. And it really motivates them to continue building a strong relationship with us. So that is basically all we have to present. Are there any questions or?
Thank you. We'll open it up to questions from the commissioners. Let's go to my right, Daniel.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. So let's look at 2022 to 2023 for your CDBG program goals. You had 33 clients to be served. You were only able to serve 17. Able to expand upon that?
Yeah, so basically I could send out a more thorough explanation, but what we have noticed was that post-pandemic, there has been a fallout with our community members. We have lost contact with a lot of our families, and we are seeing that they're still recovering to meet their basic needs, and their educational element is not much of a priority for their for many of our families. We also have noticed that a lot of youth has been disengaged and they kind of lose interest in coming due to not seeing instant results. Like we saw post-pandemic, a lot of people fall academically behind. We're trying to catch up people and I think they just got discouraged. We also have learned that transportation barriers and conflict of schedule is still continuing to affect us. We have a lot of parents who say that they want to come, but that they don't have the available time or resources. We have people trying to make a 1-hour bus ride to our agency, and that's just not realistic for them. And then we also have been struggling a bit with limited staffing. We have our staff kind of stretched out into different programs, so it is a little bit difficult to really emphasize and focus on recruitment and outreach efforts.
And I think one thing to add to that is that since we started to see those trends in 2020, 2021, that's why as a team, we started to think about how can we re-energize this idea of like, what is after school program? Why does it benefit you in your development? And so we started interviewing students and working with program volunteers to develop like an interview guide, basically to learn that essentially what they wanted was a lot of resources to really feel free to explore. And like when they get stuck in school and they don't have a mentor by their side, how can they overcome those obstacles? And I think what we saw is a lot of youth feeling like they didn't have the self-efficacy to get through those obstacles. So we sort of pivoted our passport guide to really emphasize lifelong learning habits and developing those skills, those soft skills that they'll need when they get out into the world and they start working and going to school, and also just kind of helping them to think in terms of broad spectrum, like what kinds of options are you interested in and how can we help you get there, and start thinking about those things now. How can we help you start thinking about the financial aspect of getting ready for school? What does that look like for your family? And so this interview or interactive guide that we developed, this passport, even though it's just a part of that solution, we're starting to see that the trend there is now really kind of turning those into, we have a booklet, but then kind of doing more of a deep dive into actual workshops
that can focus more on teasing out some of those activities that we provide in the booklet and really helping you to kind of think outside the box in terms of, you know, how to overcome those obstacles and especially with their families involved, how can their parents be a little bit more engaged in understanding that resource network and helping them to explore it in the community.
And then you propose to serve 55 clients in 24-25, I believe it says. Correct.
I'm not too sure about that part. I could go ahead and follow up with you on that. I could discuss that with my direct supervisor.
Well, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Claudio. Okay, Anna?
Thank you for your presentation. I think my only question will be right now that what new things are you gonna, other than the passport, which I think is a great idea, what other things are you gonna implement to keep these members like within your program and not have that fallout again if we decided to grant you with the money? Because for us, it's very important to know that that you're implementing new things. I know COVID was something that none of us were expecting, and it affected many of the nonprofits. But now that we're post-COVID and still feels that we're still not, but now that we are, what are the new things that you're thinking you're gonna implement to keep people engaged in the program and have a successful rate this time?
So one thing that we have really been trying to emphasize with our staff is building that relationship with our families and their parents. So we're trying to develop more volunteer opportunities for the parents. We also are, because we are seeing a lot of folks say that transportation is an issue, we are trying to extend our satellite locations. So as I currently mentioned, we are working with Corner Store Apartments. So that way we have a staff in that particular neighborhood to be able to assist those students. And if we are in their neighborhoods, they are more likely to consistently come and engage with us. And then we are also working with Mini Street FRC. We are in progress to develop some sort of agreement or partnership with them so we can do on-site tutoring on their location as well.
Thank you. No more questions for me.
Great, thank you. Delia?
Thank you for your presentation. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for being creative with the passports. Now that I have 2 teens, it's very important that you guys have the materials to attract more youth. Another thing I want to say is during COVID, there were hard times, but my older son was also a participant of one of the workshops, and he got a gift card, and that was a motivation for him to show up. So my question is, how are you honoring other volunteers or other volunteer times?
I'm sorry, what?
How are you honoring volunteers' time? Or how are
Okay.
you compensating?
So basically what we have established is we write letters of recommendation for a lot of our students, which we have a program that works with older youth. And we really try to emphasize that we can do fill out their volunteer for graduation. A lot of high schools need volunteer hours, so we're really good about that. And then we also try to write them letters of recommendation for college and just really assist volunteers in any way. That is what we do for our youth volunteers. Mhm.
And then just speaking as one of the adult volunteers, it seems like working with a lot of the other parents in the youth program, what I tend to see that really keeps them coming back is that they really enjoy the space to, you know, kind of have like challenging opportunities to grow and learn with their child. And again, they don't always have time to do that, but with opportunities to assist in our virtual little workshops or just looking at some of our surveys and trying to help us understand and track what's happening with our kiddos. It just seems that one of the things that really keeps them engaged as parent volunteers is the fact that they can take an opportunity to grow and establish a stronger parent-child relationship and feel a little bit more confident as a parent to help their child embrace like their resistance skills rather than feel like they always have to turn to us as mentors to kind of provide that support, that navigational support, that family supportive system. We basically in a lot of our workshops, we try to bring youth and parents together so that there's things that they can do together interactively. And in that way,
I'm not too sure about the funding aspect of it. That is handled by our finance and executive director. So if you like, I could follow up with you on a more detailed response for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dang, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies, for your presentation.
Thank you
guys
so
for your
much.
time being here.
Have a good
Thank you so
evening.
much. You too.
You
Thank you.
too. Take care.
All righty. Sure. Our next presenter, Thrive Santa Ana, Inc.
Chair, can I disclose something? So I actually sit on the board of Thrive Santa Ana, so I just wanted to let the commissioners know I definitely won't be voting on things for funding for them or anything like that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please tell us your names and your position, please.
Yes, of course. Good evening. Good to see everyone. My name is Luis Sarmiento, Program Director with Thrive.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Apolonio Cortés, también soy miembro de la mesa directiva de TREC.
And I'll be translating for Apolonio. This is Apolonio Cortés, also a board member with Thrive Santa Ana. And I think maybe your PowerPoint's being pulled up.
Yes.
Okay. Can we pause the timer?
Well, she's pulling that up. If you want to give us a little background on your position.
Sure. So, Thrive is a type of community economic development organization known as a community land trust. And we won't get too much into what a community land trust is today, but I just kind of wanted to put it out there that that would be a really interesting topic to talk about more on another occasion. It's a economic development model that emphasizes local community ownership and participation of local residents. And today we're just going to be talking about very briefly, our approach to economic development and what we're proposing for this CDBG funding, which is a training academy for residents to learn the tools and the language of economic development. So if you can go to the next slide. Next. And one more. So I'm going to pass it on to Apolonio, who's a resident board member with Thrive. And then after I'll talk a little bit about what we plan to do with the CDBG funds.
Sí, perdón que lo voy a hacer en español, me siento más confortable, entiendo un poco del inglés, pero me siento confortable en español. Él me va a ayudar. Pues he tenido la oportunidad de participar en diversos, actividades en la comunidad de Santa Ana, en diferentes proyectos que se han llevado a cabo, y eso a mí me ha ayudado a tener una perspectiva diferente de cómo ayudar a que nuestra ciudad mejore en diferentes aspectos, sobre todo en nuestra comunidad.
So I'm going to be speaking in Spanish, but Luis will help me translate. I've been active in this community work for many years, and this has helped me change my perspective in terms of the way that as a resident, I can approach making changes in the community.
Y creo que esto es importante para nuestra comunidad porque necesitamos, creo que nuestra comunidad participe más y esta de una manera más activa porque la gente que ya vive aquí es importante que participe para que pueda mejorar nuestra ciudad y en diferentes grupos, por ejemplo, entre ellos, por ejemplo, el plan estratégico, lo que es la ordenación Sunshine, diferentes actividades en las cuales hemos participado y creo que esto nos va a ayudar a desarrollar más nuestro liderazgo en la comunidad de Santana.
And the main emphasis for us is the participation of community members, things like the city's strategic plan, the Sunshine Ordinance. These are ways that we have implemented for community members to be more active in our local community and our local decision making. And well, so we just included some visuals of the way that we've done this over the years, just to kind of show what it looks like. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Thrive's, main focus is inviting residents, low-income residents, who a lot of times are not included in decision-making, not included in discussions around economic development, to be part of those discussions and part of those decisions. Next slide. These are some of the activities that we've done over the years. Next slide. And oftentimes using different types of tools, from door-to-door surveys to community art projects, to obviously all kinds of different community meetings and brainstorming and popular education methods that invite folks to share their perspective in different ways. And so this is what we're proposing with CDBG funds. We want to maybe come up with a better name, but we just called it the Social Determinants of Health Resident Academy. It's going to be a series of workshops about the community land trust model, about how community can be active in what's known as asset mapping. When we go into a neighborhood, we invite residents to reflect on what are the assets that exist in their neighborhood. Are there folks in the neighborhood that know about farming? Are there folks in the neighborhood that have been there for generations and know about the history of that neighborhood? We consider those assets that can be built upon, and we want those to be centered in economic development. And then we also have opportunities for folks to take action, come to city meetings or invite local officials to meet with us, and also participate in different community spaces that are developing economic projects. And this is a little bit of information on our proposed budget. And the main focus of our budget is, hiring someone that can help oversee and implement a resident training program. As our staff has had to focus more on economic development, we have a need to strengthen kind of the organizing side of our work. So that's what this program would help us do. And I threw in at the end of the presentation just some highlights about our work, but we don't have to go into that. Our project on Walnut and Daisy was recently selected as a state pilot project by an initiative called the Community Economic Resilience Fund. And we were also selected, next slide, for some federal funding from USDA. But I'll stop there and open it up for questions.
All right, thank you. Questions, commissioners? Let's start with you, Adelia.
Mhm. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for your presentation, and I'm really happy to see you here. I've been in some meetings and some activities with Thrive, and I'm really proud that Thrive, it's a community-led organization, and it always has community in mind. So I didn't know anything about coming to city council and make a public comment until I was part of the Santa Ana Build Healthy Communities Initiative, and then it came across Thrive. So for me, it's just echoing what Mr. Apolonio mentioned. It changed my way of thinking, of not just being a single immigrant mother, but knowing that I could make just a simple public comment towards the well-being of my family, the well-being of more community members. And the fact that I'm just sitting here and listening to you, it takes me back of all those years of volunteering in different spaces. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. You make any comments?
So no questions. I did think it was important to kind of clarify the community land trust model. It's essentially something that allows residents to be involved in development. I think that land acquisition and development is not usually very accessible for folks. So Thrive does that for them. And as you can see, folks like Apolonio and like Commissioner Rios get to be involved in making decisions about development in their land. I just wanted everybody to understand. I know the community land trust model is pretty difficult to understand sometimes, but essentially it helps people get involved.
Thank you. Dang.
I mean, I'm only sick to understand more about the land trust, and then can you explain about the project like that you put at the end, like what what exactly you gotta do,
Sure. So so an important distinction is that the main focus of our use of CDBG funds is more an educational capacity building program for residents to learn about things like zoning, the development process, who makes decisions about economic development that happens in our neighborhoods. So the CDBG funds would be used more for that kind of capacity building. But to answer your question about the land trust, what a land trust does is pursue land acquisitions, whether it's through donations or outright purchasing land or buildings, and makes that land available for administration as a community asset. So instead of what we like to talk about is removing land, and a lot of times it could be applied to housing, but could also be applied to commercial spaces, open spaces, removing a little bit from the market, so that these spaces aren't necessarily seen as a commodity that's going to be, just bought and sold, and increasing the cost to our local community, but is rather seen as a community asset that we're going to administer as a public good in a way.
Oh, I think that's a really good idea, like where you can go educated resident about housing, especially housing policy, and then I mean, I've done workshop myself on housing, and I know there's a lot of people don't understand it at all. One thing I just want to make a comment, if I see there's a need for this type of education in the Vietnamese community, but we having so much hard time to try to get people involved in this. I'm just, hopefully in your future plan, find a way to expand that kind of how you guys set up, educate, the community, neighbor.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Where I live near kind of the area, like more towards Harbor, Fifth Street area, and the Vietnamese community over there, and the Spanish speaking Latinx community has been living together for generations. And I feel like there's a really big desire to just kind of come up together and educate ourselves and kind of strengthen our neighborhoods. So I appreciate that.
I mean, from what I know, you got technically the pioneer in this, education housing policy in the area. So I mean, if you guys have a successful program, why not duplicate it? Extend that to educate more people. That's what I'm hoping for. So, yeah.
Thank you for that.
All right, thank you. Anna.
No, thank you, Commissioner, for clarifying. I was a little lost, not gonna lie, on exactly what was the program related to. But now that I understand it a little bit better, I love it. I think it's very important to have the community involved in the economic development of a city, especially when it's gonna affect so much an area. Right. I have my businesses in downtown Santa Ana, and with all the development that is happening, I just only hope that we could have found you before, so you can guide us a little bit of how we could have been more involved with the decisions of what happening there. So so thank you so much for your presentation. I really they answer all my questions already.
Thank you. Claudio.
Yes, first, want to begin by congratulating you on the USDA grant. That is a really big deal. So
Thank you.
So that's great news to hear. So my one question is just so, and I've asked this on another one. So on the where is it? The training and field experiences, how will participants be chosen?
How will participants be chosen, like recruiting
Yeah,
to
like
the program?
recruit, yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have, that's kind of one of the big things that we do. Like I said, we go door to door in some of the neighborhoods that we've worked with in the past, like near the Walnut and Daisy site, which is what used to be known as the Townsend neighborhood. The city kind of rebranded it now as like the Casa Bonita neighborhood, over there near where the KidWorks community center is, the city yard, that neighborhood. We've been doing a lot of work in that neighborhood in the past few years, knocking on doors, inviting residents to attend activities, doing phone calls. So we have a pretty strong list of contacts in the community, but we're always making more. Our focus is, like I said, low-income folks of color who, generally speaking, have a harder time being involved in economic development, and we rely a lot on the neighborhood residents that we've developed relationships over the years with. Also, along like Sullivan Street, there's a really strong neighborhood organization called Sullivan en Acción, and a lot of those folks, have expressed interest in working together and getting folks involved. And a few groups like that. Lacey en Acción is another neighborhood group in the Lacey neighborhood. So we partner a lot with residents that are active, have been active, to recruit, new folks.
Thank you. Daniel.
Thank you for your presentation. So your main funding source for this program would be CDBG funding, right? Do you have any alternative funding?
We do, we do have other grants. Like I mentioned, the USDA and the SURF grant is going to be helping us with staffing and with implementing some of these what we call base building work. But this funding would just allow us to run like this resident academy program that would really just strengthen that base building work.
It's key for this academy program. Okay, cool. Thank you. That's why thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Gentlemen, we appreciate you coming out. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, United Cerebral Palsy Association of Orange County. Welcome, and please tell us your names and your positions, please.
Good evening. I am Dr. Ramin Bashi. I'm the president and CEO of Unlimited Possibilities, formerly known as UCP of Orange County. It's my colleague, Marina Balkan. She is the program director. She's having a little trouble with her voice today. So
Here.
so we're going to try to tag team this as best as we can. And would you like me to wait for the PowerPoint or just move on? Oh, there it is. Fantastic. Well, again, thank you so much for allowing us to present our extraordinary organization to you guys and the work that we do in the community. We've been around for over 70 years in Orange County, and most recently in the last 2.5 years in Santa Ana. We moved our facility right after COVID, or right during COVID, I should say, while everybody was shutting their doors and going dormant. We kind of pushed through because the need of what we do is so important that we decided to increase our impact and move to triple the size of our organization to an 18,000 square foot facility. Do I ask you guys to move to the next slide? Oh, fantastic. Okay. So I sped through this real quick for you guys. As I mentioned, we've been around for 70 years. And one of the reasons why we moved on from our name as UCP of Orange County is because as we worked in this developmental space, we noticed that we serve over 160 different diagnoses in the community. That includes your spectrum disorders, your developmental delays, and our population is from birth to end of life. The Pediatric Center in Santa Ana focuses on children from 0 up to the age 22. And that is where the majority of our work is conducted. Our programs are pediatric services, which include PT, OT, ST, physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, early intervention, inclusive childcare, respite program, and recreation and family support services. In the city of Santa Ana, we solely focus on, or our kids are, the population that we serve in this fiscal year, it is 183 children, and we're growing exponentially in this community. Post-COVID, when we did a quick analytic in our service providers, we noticed that in a 10-mile radius of our location, we are one of the only pediatric therapy centers that serves the underinsured and underinsured population of the Santa Ana community. The only one that serves speech, physical therapy, and occupational therapy. There's only 3, but we are the sole provider of overarching process in this community. If you go to our demographics, these are our primary diagnoses, and close to a little over 30% of our population is 0 to 5. And as you guys, many of you may know or do not know, that the key developmental milestones happen between the age of 0 to 5. And as you all know, that the state of California and many of the cities in our county has enormous focus on early intervention developmental milestones. And we are one of the leading facilities that help support those children in the community, specifically in our neighborhood, which is our Santa Ana market. Marina, do you want to take over? You want to chime in?
Thank you. So the focus of our safety net fund that's been around for 16 years is to allow children from underserved communities to have access to our excellent pediatric therapy services. We get many of our referrals from CHOC Children's Hospital or other neonatal specialists and neurologists to treat children that are born with cerebral palsy or infant exposure to drugs. Many of our children are in the social services and foster care system. So the goal of our safety net program is to allow children from diverse backgrounds and communities to have access to the high quality pediatric therapy services that we have in our clinic. Many of the children come to us for as young as 3 months old, and they're working on very beginning motor skills. And as they continue to grow and develop skills, we're able to grow along with them within our clinic all the way to age 22. The focus of early intervention and why it's such a focus across the state is that's when we have our best chance to set that child up to be as successful as they possibly can with whatever their limitations may be. But we're not only empowering them, we're also providing caregivers with a lot of support. A big focus of our program is to empower parents, give them that home program so they can carry the skills over outside of sessions and have a greater community impact too. Thank you.
Sorry. So why we are asking for this, for your support is as we have gone into our Santa Ana community, our neighbors, our referrals are increasing continuously. And as we mentioned in our presentation, the need for the underinsured or underinsured population is growing, and we never turn anyone away. And that is, for us, it's important to ensure that these children have a platform to grow healthy lives in the future. And if we can make them swallow a piece of food and taste it, or say hello or I love you to their parents, or run into their parents' laps, that is our sole purpose. And we've been doing this for over 16 years, but been in the community for over 70 years, providing in-home support for early intervention and respite services. If we go to the next slide, this is what the key areas that we'll be focusing our efforts in, the intake assessments, our early intervention, pediatric support services, family support services. Our demographic, not only just in the Santa Ana market, really doesn't understand the disability world. Healthcare in itself is a huge complication, but getting diagnosed with a child with a disability, with a language barrier, with an economic barrier, it becomes extremely difficult and challenging for them. So we'd like to provide all of that support in a one-stop shop. And that's what we really focus our organization on, is to treat everyone equally, but also help them navigate through the healthcare system, specifically the disability world. And so those are some metrics for us that we hope to grow the program. It has been growing organically, and we do have some other grants and supports out there that we are continuously seeking. But this is really focused in the Santa Ana market, and why we want to ensure that we are available for the families who live in our surroundings to provide them the best care possible. And then this is, if you guys get a moment, would love for you guys to see Samara's story. It's very unique. We have thousands of stories like this. And I think as you could see, a lot of the things that we do, people come to us because we're their last hope. Clinicians are always telling families, you'll never see your kid walk, you'll never see your kid talk. But clearly the work that we do and the effort that we put into families like Samara's, you'll see that she is an amazing 5-year-old little girl who has a twin sister that is able to do the same amount of stuff that her 5-year-old twin sister is doing as well. Okay. So thank you so much for your support. We are seeking an $80,000 grant from all of you for a 2-year cycle. And it's really to grow the program in our market and be able to support and serve our families. Do you guys have any questions?
Thank you. And I usually end the comments, but I'm going to begin the comments this time. This is a topic that is near and dear to my heart. My youngest daughter has both autism and cerebral palsy, and it was a tough go. And I was not made available to these type of services. Everything came out of my own pocket. So it would have been nice. I don't know if I would have qualified, but it would have been nice to have known people like you for some guidance. We didn't know until later on. We just knew she had challenges. It took us a while to get things figured out. But thank you for the good work you do. Special kids need special love and special services, and I appreciate you. With that, let's start to my left with Adalia.
Thank you for your presentation. I just want to say thank you for the work that you do. As a mom, I think you are blessing many moms out there. So I just want to say thank you for the work. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you. Berlinda.
I'm gonna follow the trend. Thank you all for the work that you do. I'm honestly getting a little emotional. My brother had a muscular dystrophy, which is pretty similar to cerebral palsy, and my whole family migrated from Mexico out here because an organization like yours provided us with the help that we couldn't even find in our country. It was a game changer. It made me want to do the things that I do and be involved in my community to help others. So yeah, I just want to thank you and commend you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Dane.
Just comment on a question. So thank you for the service. I used to be the supervisor service too, a behavior therapist for like 4 years. So I know the top, on that side. And then my family also benefits from the service. So I gratefully appreciate it. Just question, like earlier, you talked about treatment for child from 1 to 3, but what happened when after 3 to 5? I mean, do you have service catered that from my own experience, you can only provide the service up to 3 years, but after like 3, 4, 5, the kids that just, the parent have to pay it out themselves. So I'm just curious, do you guys have any plan for program that help, support the parent from that 2-year period before the child transition into 4th grade? It seem to be, to me, there's a lack of service for that, the last half of the journey. So I'm just kind of curious on that. Yeah.
Sure, you bring up a really good point, and I think that's where our Family Support Service program is key to the transition of every period of a child's growth, the milestone development. And you are right, 0 to 3 is a huge focus in not only the state, but the county and our focus. We've always focused heavily on building that foundation to help the child grow, but also it doesn't take just the child and the therapist. It's a family unit, whatever that family unit is. Caregivers, grandparents, parents, teachers, clinicians, we work to make sure that all the communication is there, but also transition the families. If you need navigation for an IEP, here's where you go. Here's our program that we support you. If God forbid something should happen to you as a parent and there's no caregiver, what happens to your child? What are the steps that you need to take to ensure that your child is set up? How do we provide the insurance providers or scholarships for programs like this, the safety net? How do we are able to educate the families in the next steps? So
It's very true. I never thought of that kind of extent. Like, how will you help the parent plan for the child education or like future plan, like beyond 18, that kind of thing? I mean, I work with client at 25 and the parent just abandoned him,
Yeah.
and it's pretty sad to see that, so having a social service that able to tag along with them along the way will greatly beneficial extend their life expectancy, right?
Yes.
So yeah.
I mean, what our tagline is your journey, our calling. So we're along the entire path of life with them.
Thank you. Anna.
Thank you. Whew. I think we're all getting emotional over here. I really appreciate your presentation. And just as well, I'm going to start with the questions and then I share the rest. Are you working closely with the regional center? Do you get any referrals from them? Or how do you get the uninsured referrals?
So we do work very closely with the Regional Center for our Early Intervention Program and our Respite Program. And in our early intervention, I'm speaking for Marina, she's a BCBA as well. So she's amazing, but just try to save her voice. So in early intervention from Regional Center, when our EI folks, see that there's a challenge, they transition the 0 to 3 kiddos into our Center for Therapeutic Services, predominantly OT and PT. And then after they hit 3, if they have insurance, the insurance will kick. But if they do not, then it's programs like this that help support the ongoing treatments for our kids that are uninsured or underinsured.
Thank you.
Sure.
I am a mom of an amazing little boy, 2 years old, that was diagnosed at 18 months old with autism stage 2. So I have navigated the system, and it's very sad to say that all his therapies and everything that I've been able to find for him, starting from the diagnosis, I have not been able to find it in Santa Ana, which it was very frustrating for me since I'm a full-time work mom, and then I was very limited on my time to drive him to therapies, and all the therapies that he has is in Irvine, Anaheim, and then he has ABA at home. So it's amazing, like just reading and through your presentation, because it's extremely needed. Then I become that type of mom that that all my friends go to me when they have questions, because unfortunately, I had to guide the regional center. I had to tell them what I needed or what my mom's heart was telling me and what my research by myself was telling me. I think there's a huge need of educating parents, starting with a pediatrician, starting with your deliver, honestly, because I started noticing signs on my child when he was 8 months old.
Yeah.
And I did not want to believe that boys and girls develop differently, or that it's okay, it's your first baby. He's not going to be doing the same as his cousin. Just have to give him time. I knew something was up, and I am happy to share that it just breaks the heart of a mom when you're waitlisted for a year.
I know.
And when you get those phone calls and then you call every week and they're like, no, you have not advanced in the wait list, you still have a year. And then trying to go through insurance is the same wait time. Trying to get a private, they don't take you. So everything, I had to go to a neurologist in Mexico because I couldn't just not wait to get the examinations that my baby needed. to be able to be approved for services. So I'm thankful and blessed enough that I have the resources to take him somewhere else. But there's so many families, so many that call me, and I call the regional center. I try, they put them on wait list because they don't have insurance. That's the first thing. Or they just don't get referrals from pediatricians, and you cannot do anything if you have a referral. That happened to me. My pediatrician told me he was too little, that they cannot diagnose until he was 3 years old. So I really beg her, I wrote her this amazing letter saying, please just refer me for a diagnosis. She said no. I found a very great clinic in Irvine that they were doing early intervention diagnosis at 18 months. So I was happy to get my diagnosis. And if I could show you all the difference that it has made in my kid, knowing that I have some of his friends that I'm pretty sure they're on the spectrum too. And when you compare kids with not getting early intervention and kids getting early intervention, is just crazy. My son is doing amazing. Like, he already set all his goals. We don't even have a chart anymore. Like, he's doing more than he's expected to do. And he's not delayed on any areas at the moment. And he's able to cope to some difficulties that he has on communication. But I don't think that would have been possible if I didn't advocate as much. But unfortunately, there's so many underserved community out there that they don't know how to navigate the system. So I personally do want to thank you for everything that you're doing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Claudio.
No questions, just thank you, reiterate what everyone said. Thank you for the good work you're doing. It's very much needed in this community.
Daniel.
And no questions. Thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you guys so much. And I appreciate all of your sentiments. I think both Marina and I understand the pain that many of you have gone through, and we're sorry that you couldn't have found us. We're a very hidden gem. And so for us, it's important to continue advocating for the unheard. And so I just want to say thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. And thank you for the good you do. Our last speaker this evening, as soon as I find my list, is Wise Place. Please tell us your name and your position.
Hi, everybody. It's so good to see you all again. My name is Bertil Agassi, and I'm honored to be the CEO of Wise Place. I've never been told until.
The actual coordinator slides for you.
Thank you so much. First, I just want to say thank you so much. I know it's been a long day for you all, and you all work tirelessly. So thank you to the city staff, and thank you to you all, the commissioners. The city of Santa Ana has really been the heart and soul of Wise Place since our inception in the 1920s. We have proudly called Santa Ana home, and we have served over 8,600 unaccompanied women in the community. And the way we fulfill our mission is to pair housing solutions, shelter, and soon to be affordable housing with wraparound services. And before we talk about what we will do with the CDBG funding, hopefully, I want to just focus on the why. I was brought in 2018 to lead the organization, and at the time it was 1 in every 4 homeless adults was an unaccompanied woman in our community. And unfortunately, the statistics are going in the wrong direction. And currently it's 1 in every 3 homeless adults is an unaccompanied woman. And unaccompanied women is just the kind of federal way of saying a woman who lacks the support or resources that often comes with having a spouse, a partner, or a family. And so what Wise Place does, thanks to your investment, is we step into the gap. We're the only organization that's solely focused on unaccompanied women in all of Orange County. Last year, so in 2023, we serve adult unaccompanied women, and so we served 18 to 88 years old. 81% were survivors of domestic violence, and 50% were actively fleeing from their abuser. And unfortunately, unaccompanied women is synonymous with a survivor of domestic violence. 34% of the women that we served, when they came to Wise Place, they were unfortunately uninsured. 41% had chronic health issues or disabilities. And 38% were older adults. And I'm sure you know, heartbreakingly, that older adults, seniors in our community, it's like the first time that they are experiencing homelessness because they're living on fixed income. And 100% live below the poverty level when they come to intake at Wise Place. Next slide, please. Thank you. And so this is the list of the holistic services funded by the CDG program. Obviously, first and foremost, it's our safe shelter with all the basic necessities, weekly case management, psychiatric and psychological counseling, employment and income savings. We've really grown this program a lot the last 2 years, so I thank you for your investment with the CDBG funding. For the first time ever in our organization's 100-year history, we have a full-time employment case manager, and that has made an incredible difference. And everybody is also paired with a personal financial advisor. And that allows us to, on average, the women in our program are paying down on average, which is a minimum, $17,000 of debt. And that is just not a nice to have type thing because it becomes a barrier to housing. And again, oftentimes that's not due to mismanagement of finances. It's just because financial abuse is a part of domestic violence. Healthcare, dental, vision, as we said earlier, 30% of the women only 30% have health insurance. So by the time the women leave our program, year after year, the last 2 years, 100% of the women were able to help them navigate the bureaucracy of the healthcare system, which is really hard to do on your own. We have life skills and weekly activities where we engage over 700 individual community volunteers, a lot of which are from Santa Ana, live in Santa Ana, work in Santa Ana, but it's a full integration of community members into our organization. Substance use and recovery, I hope that this is a part of our program that we can expand in future years. Right now, we are leaning on kind of outside meetings that we're bringing in. Housing placement and rental support. This has been a huge stepping stone for Wise Place in the last year. We were able to raise almost $1 million and provided almost $1 million of rental assistance for the first time in our organization's history. So we're really growing and evolving. And the reason to do that is because obviously everything is getting more expensive. You know, you have to 3 times income qualify for a bedroom. And then we have monthly after placement support. So last year we had a little over 350 activities, and we do so when someone graduates from our program, we maintain contact twice a month, every month for at least 2 years. But oftentimes it can be longer if needed, but for at least 2 years, we make that dedication and that investment. And that really helps us keep our 95% or more housing retention. So, you know, a dollar served is really a dollar served long lasting because women are not re-entering into homelessness. And then last but not least, an area of growth for us is legal assistance, because year over year, we're providing so much assistance for survivors of domestic violence that legal assistance, restraining orders, things like that to have in-house have been incredibly important. And just really quickly, if you'd like to glance at the PowerPoint, these are two, previous page. These are 2 Santa Ana residents that are in our current CDBG program. This is Amber and Elaine. Amber, she's holding her keys. This was a site visit where we did all her paperwork on Lunar New Year. She's moving into her own apartment. This is a young woman who experienced homelessness, a survivor of domestic violence, had a lot of debt. But she wakes up at like 5 o'clock every day. She takes a shower. She has a full-time job, which she's excelling at, to help pay down her debt. She got a part-time job. She didn't have a car for several years. She bought a used car that runs really well. She has full-time benefits. She's engaged in clinical counseling for the first time to really address the trauma. And, you know, in 2 weeks, she will not be experiencing homelessness. She will be housed, and that thanks to your current CDBG funding. And Elaine is a senior who experienced homelessness for the first time. She was being evicted. She also was a survivor of domestic violence, and we helped kind of stop her eviction so it didn't impede her kind of credit and her history. We got her into senior assisted living so that she has kind of access to healthcare as well. And then last but not least, last slide, I won't go over all of this, but the biggest outcome that we are providing, you know, our whole goal is housing stability. So at 75% or more of the women served every year will have been housed, and 95% will remain housed. And we're really proud of that statistic because it shows that every dollar invested is long-lasting change because women are not, you know, falling back into homelessness. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 seconds, but I couldn't be here and not show you the construction. So this is not a part of this proposal, but you all were very generous in approving our affordable housing. And so inside is completely gutted. And the picture on the far right is the 4-story building that's up. And we're on track, fall 2024. I can't wait to send you an invite for the grand opening.
Very good. Thank you.
Sorry, had to add that in.
That's okay. Some of us remember the tour that we took back, I guess it was a couple years ago. I know Daniel, you were there.
Yeah.
Anna, were you there?
Yeah.
Okay. And I know
Yeah,
Dan was there.
yeah.
It was interesting, but I've known of your organization for years. You recall Kathy Bowman, past director for what, 20 years?
Yeah.
She's in my Kiwanis clubs.
Yes.
I've been donating to them for a long time. When my mom passed away, she had a ton of professional clothes and shoes and purchases that were never used. And you guys came out and we just filled up the van with that. So it was a good thing to give to you guys. But I'll start to my left with comments. Adalia.
Very motivating. Thank you for your presentation and just thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Erlinda.
Also no questions. Thank you for the presentation and the work. And thank you for highlighting the fact that, you know, you mentioned that unaccompanied, unhoused women is usually synonymous with domestic violence victims. And I've mentioned it before several times. I'm like a broken record, but when we talk about the unhoused, it's not always somebody with a drug addiction or, you know, mental issues or, you know, it's people like all of us who end up in a really tough situation. So I really admire the work that you're doing. And like you said, preventative work ends up being, those dollars invested end up being long-term. And if anything, it's a cost savings for the city. So I appreciate all the work you're doing.
Thank you. Dang.
Well, I want to say thank you for being part with the city. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Anna.
Hi again. No, thank you for your presentation. I think we all here are fans of WISE. I just my question is, how are you implementing these programs now that you're under construction?
Yes, so now that we're under construction, we're not operating the shelter on Broadway and Sycamore, but we have 4 facilities in Santa Ana. The facility on Broadway was the only facility that we own, so we're leasing office space and other shelters in Santa Ana.
Great to know. That was my my only question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Claudio.
Hannah stole my question. But, once again, though, I want to reiterate, thank you for everything you are doing, though, for our community, and can't wait for the new building to be ready, and can't wait to go to the grand opening. I was there for the what's that called? The groundbreaking. Yes.
All right, thank you. Daniel.
Just give you money? No, I'm joking. No, thank you for everything.
Well, thank you for your
Thank you so
presentation.
much.
I want to compliment you. I was noticing your success ratios. Excellent report.
Thank
You're
you. Well,
great.
thank you for investing in us. You truly make that possible.
All right. Have a good evening.
Thank you, you too.
All
Have a
righty.
good night. Oh, yeah.
Thanks again. All right. Does the commission have any questions for staff as we get ready to close tonight? None. Okay. Do we have a motion to approve item number 4, Community Development Block Grant CDBG program for the fiscal year 2024 through 2026?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Second. All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Matter approved by unanimous consent. Does staff have any comments they'd like to share?
I do, just briefly. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I know it's been 2 nights, it's been very long, and you've asked amazing questions to all the proposals that come before this body. So I want to thank you for that first. I also want to remind you that the ad hoc committee needs to continue to review the applications. There will be a second meeting on February 1st, which is next Thursday, to review all the applications and finalize your recommendations. And after that, on February 28th, we're going to bring your recommendations to this body so we can make a final recommendation to City Council. And that meeting will take place on March 19th. And hopefully City Council will review your recommendation, approve it, and then we'll move forward with funding all of the nonprofits that came to this body. So,
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do my fellow commissioners have any closing comments?
This is just not on the meeting of this commission this month, right?
No.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
I do have a comment. if you-
Please.
Just to remind all of you that we're gonna have a down payment assistance program workshop tomorrow at the Salvador Park at 6 p.m. So if you know anyone that would like more information on this program, please have them go at 6 p.m. I'm very excited. We already have over 50 RSVPs, so hopefully we're able to help a lot of families. And thank you, staff, for the delicious chicken and the salad. And I know it's been a long day for you too, so thank you.
Okay, my comments are just a big thank you to staff. You guys have put in a lot of hours preparing for this. We appreciate the hours you've invested the last 2 nights. I appreciate my fellow commissioners, especially the ad hoc committee, for the work you've done. For the commissioners that are not on the committee, you've asked great questions. This information has helped benefit all of us. We're looking forward to the meeting here on the February 28th. And with that, we are adjourned until February 28th at 4:30. Thank you.